Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Kategas Era, and this is Jackass. Apparently.
Apparently.
Hi everyone. We're here.
Yes. We are here. We are actually here on a Thursday.
For once. Fuck.
Yeah, for
Don't look
once.
at me like that, cat. Lay down. So what have you been up to since Tuesday?
Let me see. Well, like I said earlier, I was dealing with a little bit of a hacking situation. Thankfully, no one posted to my socials or anything untoward like that. But,
Yo ho ho, a little too close to the sun, as you said.
yeah.
Great pain. I've literally never had that happen to me. I don't know how this happens to people.
You stick to, individuals that, have some credit in the community, would be my guess.
Yeah, that's probably true. So I'm not even like particularly cautious about it. I'm just like, oh yeah, this one has it. Here we go.
Yeah.
But I also only go for people whose cracks are well made.
Yeah.
So that would also do it.
Yep, that would also do it.
Shut up, Ember. Rare yourself.
Let me see here. Oh, my, content warning button isn't working, so I'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh,
So, there we go.
all right. Well, here you go, everyone. There's a content warning blanket for Umineko overall.
Yep, as it says, it does contain spoilers, but if you have basically any triggers that relate to horrible things that people can do to each other, you might want to consider looking anyway.
Yep. We're only up to episode 5, so that's all you need to read for.
Yeah.
Ember, why are you like this, man? Hi, handsome boy. Yes. Did you lay down? Stop like squirming on my lap. If you don't sit down, I'm gonna have to kick you off. All right. Yes. All right. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck's sake. So, what were you trying to do that like got you all that
I
shenanigans?
just downloaded some random game that I wanted that I did not have the money for, and I
Uh, just wanted to try something and you went for it and didn't go to the right place.
yeah, basically,
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah, really no harm done other than a waste of fucking time.
Unfortunate.
Yes, very unfortunate indeed.
I'll send you a list of places that I go after the stream if I remember.
Yeah,
That way you can look there instead, so this doesn't happen again.
yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I could have stood to change those passwords sooner, so it made
Yeah,
me
that's
do
fair.
it. So there is that. Gotcha.
I'm thinking of those two right now. Now I don't have to remember after the stream. Yay!
Yeah. Let's see here.
So I
Uh,
decided to continue my adventures with a Hex Knight in Dark Souls 3. And instead of the longsword and shield that I went with in Dark Souls 2, I decided that I wanted to try out the paired katana weapon, which is Onikiri and Obakuchi, something like that. I don't remember.
mm,
It's got a completely different moveset than most Power Stance stuff in the Dark Souls series. So it's actually very interesting, and the weapon art is to leap up into the air, cross your blades, and then slash at the head of the enemy, which is really fun to do.
yeah, that's honestly pretty fair.
My only issue with this so far is that like all of like the vast majority of the dark spells are late game shit. So like I've been running through most of the game with like soul what is it, like deep soul, yeah, that from the Deacons of the Deep, which is a really really shitty spell. For anyone wondering, it's not good, because to unlock most of the other spells you have to at least get Carla from Irithyll Dungeon and the Profaned Capital, which is after a whole bunch of shit.
I see.
But yes, and I couldn't decide if I wanted to do the Lord of Hollows ending or the Darkness ending. So I had started it out and done all the draw out true strength thing to get all the dark sigils. And then I didn't fucking go and unlock the tower until I got to fucking Lothric Castle of all the goddamn things. So now I'm sitting here staring at my goddamn soul count and looking at how much I need. And I need 182,000 to get rid of the dark sigil. I'm fucked.
Oh no.
It should go quickly during co-op hours, but like only during co-op hours, right?
Yeah, that's very fair.
Because the Lord of Hollows ending is the one that I go for the most because I really like the ending cutscene.
Oh yeah.
Uh, the ending cutscene is just fucking gorgeous. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, fucking finished Honory's quest for once too. Because
Oh,
normally you have
yeah.
to choose between Yuria and Donry for all of this stuff, and since I choose Lord of Hollows most of the time, I go with Yuria because I have to. That's how you get the ending.
Yeah,
But for once, yeah, I miss darkness as an element in Souls games.
yeah, that's absolutely fair. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty choice.
I mean, the Frenzy Flame thing is cool, and so is like Blood Flame and Black Flame and all that stuff. That's also all really cool and good. But where's my darkness, man? Give me the darkness.
Yeah, that is absolutely valid.
Yeah, there's never a lot to talk about during the windup when we're waiting for people to filter in on Thursdays because it's only been a couple days since we were here last. There's not much getting done.
Yeah, there's really not much getting done. I
You want to play or something, Cat? What the fuck, man?
primarily just thinking about thinking about stuff with the RPG idea I mentioned.
Oh yeah. Tell us about that some more,
Yeah, sure.
because that's a good like conversation topic.
Yeah.
Hit us
uh
with it. Let's go.
yeah, so primarily just like I said before, thinking of it in context of a society where often immortality is kind of a minority status, whether that's because it is a minority culture or it is more akin to a disability. You know, you might.
Immortality, I think, was the one there. So I think you said immortality. Yeah, the captioners thought you did at least.
Did I?
Amber,
Yeah, immortality. Like, living forever. Granted, functional immortality, but that's honestly the best kind, as we've discussed.
yeah, biological immortality is what I usually call it.
Yeah.
So that means like you can still be killed as long as your biological processes are interrupted enough, but you're not gonna like die of old age. Usually not of disease,
Yeah, let's
unless it's a really fucked up
see.
special disease.
Yeah, not unless it's that. So a bit of that and a bit of hope, but also like specifically anti-doomerism. Because I think there's a problem in a lot of works. Granted, there's also a lot of hopeful works, but there are a lot of works that are very doomer about things. Sometimes that's fine. In fact, you know, if you want to do it, that's fine. But there's something to be said for that kind of hope.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would point to Dark Souls and Elden Ring and all that as like an example of the Doomer stuff, but I think it's the exact opposite. Actually, I
Yeah,
think it's a, I think Dark Souls and other Souls games are about hope and perseverance.
yeah, like there's definitely a perseverance thing. I think you could maybe argue Dark Souls 1, but the main one that just does not work out is for people is the one that shouldn't, which is Bloodborne.
Yeah, Bloodborne is not about hope. Bloodborne is about like motherhood and ascending beyond your limits
Yes,
as a moral.
and it is also cosmic horror. Cosmic horror rarely uh, has a happy situation for anybody.
Yeah, but like the what people consider to be the true ending is the one where you and all of humanity through you ascend to godhood and become the eldritch creatures. So it's
Yeah,
sort of like I don't think it's even about like the cosmic horror aspect even. That's like set dressing almost. It's more like building relationship with the divine and becoming divine through it.
true, but some people would consider that not great. Like, the Ascension itself is a kind of horrible fate. I
The
disagree.
true ascension is good, but
I disagree with those people, but they would say even the true Ascension isn't great.
I mean, like, okay, yeah, you become a worm, but you're also a god, so I don't think you're I don't think you're gonna stay a worm squid for very long.
Yeah, no, not at least definitely not long for your new lifespan.
Yeah, it might take you a little bit to figure out how they change your shade, but like you're not gonna be stuck that way.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
almost certainly not. Okay, I have.
the hunter fucking talking to the hunter talking to the doll, just be like, "Would you still love me if I was a worm?"
If anything, she's a lot more even nicer to us, like affectionate, and during that
Openly
line.
affectionate, at least.
Yeah, and I think her tone is slightly more affectionate.
Maybe I don't know. It's been a while. I haven't
Yeah.
played Bloodborne since I beat it with they
Okay,
on stream.
I have the power. I have fixed my problem.
Congratulations.
So I also shield Cappy, because Cappy is great.
Oh, that's a great idea. Let me get that link. There you go. Have a link to all of Cappy's bullshit. Cappy is the artist that did all the art that you see on screen,
Yes, indeedy.
except for my actual profile avatar thingy,
Yeah,
profile picture, whatever. I did that.
yeah, everything
But
on the stream.
Cappy did everything else.
Yeah, everything on the actual stream
Yes.
that is a character of mine or Cat's. But yes.
Why are you looking at my cup with the zoomy eyes, buddy?
A cat looking at a fragile, or at least knockable object with zoomy eyes is never good.
No, I'm holding it though, and he's just like tracking it, staring at it. Even when I'm petting him, he's staring at it.
I do not know. Maybe he thinks it's the brain cell.
There you go, buddy. I give him a bunch of chin scritches. Oh, I think he's staring at the the tag on the tea bag.
Ah, yeah, that would make sense. It is dangly.
Yeah. Okay.
It took
That
me a
was
second, but the fact that you like the dangly earrings in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't even say anything against that. Yeah.
Granted, I like
even
the
on my
dangly.
avatar, there's dangly earrings, so it's just like, come on. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying I do like dangly earrings too, but you're the one who brings it up occasionally when you're putting together glams or we're looking at a new set of earrings.
Yeah. It's so rare to actually have dangly earrings that have physics in Final Fantasy XIV, and I just get so excited every time I see them.
Yeah, which is totally fair.
I've been using the same earrings since fucking Heavensward, man. I need more dangly earrings that I can replace these ones with. They're cool, don't get me wrong, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, yeah,
For what, 4 expansions now?
something like that. But yes, with with the whole RPG idea, Final Fantasy XIV definitely spawned a lot of it because I love the story of Final Fantasy XIV. I do not like their themes around immortality.
That's fair, yeah. I get that. I'm fine with it, but that's because like I've been playing Final Fantasy 4 or not 14 specifically. I cannot have played Final Fantasy 14 for as long as I was about to say. It literally has not been out
Existed.
that long.
Yeah. But you've been
Not
playing
even Final Fantasy 11 has been out that long. I've been playing Final Fantasy games since like before I can literally before I can remember. It was my first RPG.
Oh, that's fair. Oh,
I don't remember which one it was now, but it was one of the like 2 or 3 or something like that.
yeah, let's see. Other than Zelda's, Tales of games are kind of, I think, where I got a lot of my start.
It was Final Fantasy and then Breath of Fire 3. I remember playing that when I was like 9. And then I think it's all CRPGs after that, like Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate,
Yeah,
Neverwinter Nights.
with the one exception being Tales of Berseria, because I got that for you. Because I knew you would like
Yeah.
Velvet.
Velvet is great. I think she should be wearing more clothes, though. She is 16 and she needs to blend in with the humans.
Yeah, more than a little bit. That
Like
is the
going to the cold area in those fucking like literal rags and bandages, and it's just like, girl, wear something else.
yeah,
Your
really.
design is awesome, but
But
you are gonna get outed so fast,
like, come on. And like, not even her upgraded outfit is the repaired outfit.
right? It's just come on, please.
Yeah. And also
God damn it.
get that fucking collar off of Fee.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But yes, Tales of games, Kingdom Hearts, which does have
Oh, there was
some.
Legend of Dragoon in there somewhere too.
Yeah. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts, which does have some Final Fantasy DNA, but doesn't deal with immortality or the cycle of life and death in the same way.
Yeah, I think the cycle of life and death really started with seven. I want to say
Yeah, which makes sense.
because all the other ones were about like specific fantasy stories, like a rebellion or corruption in the court and stuff like that, saving the world from a dude trying to become a god, which is pretty classic for Final Fantasy in general. Dudes trying to become gods and you have to kill them
Yeah,
because you know,
yeah, because they're dickheads.
yeah.
Somebody who
It
would
would be
see.
far less awful if they weren't about to destroy the planet in the course of becoming a god. So,
Yeah,
fucking Sephiroth. Fuck you, dude.
yeah, which is.
Asshole.
It's very interesting what they are doing with Remake. Not to spoil anything, but I think it's worth knowing that it is not a direct one for one. It actually relies on at least some knowledge of the prior game.
Yeah, I've heard that it's almost like a time loop situation where the characters like they don't know that they've gone back, but things play out differently because you do different things as the player.
Yeah, you do different things as a player. It's honestly more like timeline shit.
Yeah, branching timelines. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, it's branching timelines.
I would definitely say that like natural or balance in nature is a big theme throughout all of Final Fantasies, even the early ones.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair.
Because like the early ones, like the really early ones, are all about like maintaining elemental balance in the world by like reclaiming the elemental crystals and shit like that. But I also haven't played the early games in a very long time, to completion anyway. So I can't remember if there's anything about like immortality in the early ones.
Yeah, that's honestly very fair.
Yeah, I got the bad brain on that. 'Cause, I mean, to be honest, like the last time I played through six or below to completion, I think I was still single digits. So of course I'm not going to remember.
Yeah, so, my first Tales game was Tales of Symphonia, which I think does suggest, or does inform, like, a lot of my storytelling in some fashions. It is actually very similar in structure at first to Final Fantasy X.
Interesting.
Not so much with the whole getting transported to the past or to another world kind of thing, but the chosen kind of situation. Instead of the summoner, it's the chosen, and
Gotcha.
you actually grew up with the chosen. Colette is her name. And the main character, Lloyd, was also raised by a dwarf, which is kind of interesting.
I do remember you telling me that when we were going through Tales of Berseria. I think the game, specifically game, that informed my storytelling the most is Sunless Sea.
Yeah, that's very fair. That is an excellent, excellent story.
The sun, the sun, the sun.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Tales of Symphonia, and then Tales of the Abyss is the other big one for me.
But as much as I like the Soulsborne games, Elden Soulsborne, they don't inform my stories that way like at all.
Yeah, mainly just the kind of universal constants in AWRPG. Some of them.
Not even not even that. Or like there's meta setting references
Yeah, that's what I
like to
mean.
the Moonlight Greatsword, but that's not even like a part of the story at all. It's just, the fact that they exist is part of the story, but not what they are specifically.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like the Moonlight Greatsword being in AWRPG, like, is not about the Moonlight Greatsword itself, but rather the fact that like these concepts are so powerful that they exist in multiple worlds.
Yeah, which can say something. Oh yeah, and as Quinn says, which hello Quinn, Memento Mori is one of the core ideas of Final Fantasy that's
Oh yeah,
been around
I
for
forgot to say
ages.
hi, but that's what I was responding to that earlier when I was talking about the earlier Final Fantasies.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I had I hadn't
Like,
been looking at the screen at the time, so I hadn't seen Quinn had come in. But yeah, like it's not yucking what Final Fantasy likes to do exactly. I just I think the reason I don't like it in 14 is how often we go back to that theme.
yeah, that's fair.
Because it's true for so many different things in 14. Because if it was just, hey, it's this one situation or this pair of situations, alright, sure. But we keep kind of coming back to that rather than exploring some new themes. Not contradicting themes to that, but going, oh, okay, so that's what these are, and no, we do not have to put them down.
I'm torn on that because like the idea of some noble or some person in general making a deal with a demon for power or doing some fucking ill-advised shit for power is a fantasy staple, but it is also the main story of a few different expansions, and that's kind of like, we can do something else now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we can kind of do something else. Especially now that we are rather separated from Asians. Like, we have so much open air of what we can do. Hell, we don't even have anything to do with, Dawn Trail was kind of like it opens up some question marks and gives us places our characters can go with things, but you know, the the situations and places in that are kind of one and done. In that we don't have to worry about them causing new problems.
Yeah.
At least in
So
the,
like,
you know, big bad universal problems.
yeah, for just for like 5 minutes or so, moderate to major Final Fantasy 14 spoilers, tune out if you don't want to hear those. But like, I am fucking tired of the Asians showing up.
Yes, absolutely. Like,
I don't think that the Warrior of Light should have ever been anything to do with the convocation.
I
I
can,
think it runs counter to the idea that like this world, these people are worth living. They are valid shepherds of the star. They are, etc. They have inherent value as human beings, and so on, for the warrior of light, the person that saves them all, the person that proves this, to be a shard of the best of the convocation. I feel like that's just so fucking ridiculous. It just runs counter to the whole idea that we were supposed to be fighting against like the ideal and philosophy that we represented on our side of the battle between the Scions and the
Yeah,
fucking
like it would be,
Askians.
it'd
It's
be,
just ugh.
yeah, it would be one thing if we just heard from Asm, and it's like, oh, okay, so a lot of our feelings and beliefs are running in conjunction with his own,
Yeah,
or their own, and okay, cool, yeah, like we can go, okay, that's somebody, and we get Asm's crystal so we can do the creation magic shit, but we
yeah,
don't.
of course, because it's like, you are the inheritor of Azim's will, but not necessarily actually Azim. But we're actually Azim in this, and it's just like, fucking stop,
Yeah,
please.
yeah,
And then
like,
Azim's fucking symbol showing up on the goddamn key at the end of Dawn Trail. I'm just like, oh my god, stop, please. Fuck.
yeah, yeah, unfortunately. Though, I will be interested to meet other shards of us. That
Oh
will,
yeah, absolutely.
that part will be cool.
Because we only know of two right now, right?
Yeah, we
It's
only know.
Ardbert and the original Golbez.
Yeah. Which I think it's just insinuated with the original Golbez, but it's basically fact.
Yeah, it's accepted fact at least. Until they say something that like denies that I think I'm just gonna go forward with the assumption that Golbez is our 13th shard.
But yeah, like, I would, for instance, like to see our next shard be a woman.
Yeah. Although we don't know what Golbez was because Golbez never fucking spoke.
Yeah, Golbez never spoke, but it's kind of insinuated that at least new Golbez could pass as original Golbez in speech, at least.
I don't know, because like oh, Durante like sounds the same whether he's acting as Durante or Golbez. Like just has the same voice and same speech style. He
That's
did not try to change it to match his buddy.
that's fair. So yeah, we don't necessarily know, but
Stop
even with
calling
that,
that shit, asshole.
you know, but still having it be very clear, oh yeah, this is a woman. Like obviously I would love a non-binary one, but I'm not going to
Yeah,
wish for
I would
this.
love another zero, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we
And
do more.
also, Zero makes me jealous because Zero gets like the masculine emotes and animation style of the Hura Midlanders, but has a Hura feminine body.
Yes, absolutely. Like I would absolutely love a toggle for that. Cuz
Please.
they've shown it can work, and I don't think there'd be major problems with clipping and things, especially because we can get most of the clothes either way.
Yeah. What might happen is they might use Zero as a way to build the framework or something like that.
That would be excellent. And that's kind of what I'm hoping for, because they're done introducing new species as playable. So they have more time to do other things with development of expansions.
I'm into that, but also at the same time, I kind of wish Burmesians were a thing.
Yeah, that's honestly fair.
No game ever lets me play rat folk.
It's
I want
true.
to do rats. I want to be a rat.
It's true. Rats are good. It's one of the things like one of the characters in Zenless Zone Zero is a mouse person, and I'm like, we're really a rat person, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, they're fucking cool.
Yeah, so I know which character you're talking about, and she's just like a person with rat ears and a tail.
I mean, yes,
Not that special.
she's not, she's not, you know, Burmesian. That's true. Like,
Granted, I also play Mikote, which is the same thing but for cats. It's
yeah,
but
yeah,
still.
yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love some rat poke too, but I'm just saying, even with just ears and a tail, you rarely see that in
Yeah,
much, like, actual media. Some people have made really great mouse and rat girls.
that's true. Yeah, I'm reminded of the Resident Evil 4 Ashley rat meme.
Yes, I remember
That
that.
was amazing. I love that Mousely, I think they called her.
Yeah. Alright, so I think now we've kind of chatted enough for...
Yeah, we have. But I do have like two more sentences.
Yes, please.
Elden Ring pisses me off because you get giant rat summons, but they're not very good, and they're the only ones you get that are rats.
That is
Please,
unfortunate.
just let me become the Rat King.
Yes, though I will always be amused by Dark Souls 2's Royal Rat Authority.
Mm,
Because it's a dog.
yeah, it's like it's a rat hound or whatever the fuck they call it in the game.
Yeah, it's a gosh damn dog, but it has a lot of things that signify it as part of the rat group. But it's absolutely just a fucking wolf. It's diseased Sith.
It's Sif with mange.
Yeah.
Gross. Again, like that's all I want is I want to be the Rat King in a game. Can you imagine how fucking funny it would be to go to summon someone before like the Radagon fight? And like it's just they just call themselves the Rat King and they just run around with rat shit,
That
doing
would be
rat
great.
things all over the place. I would, gods, please, I want to kill Radagon with rats.
Yeah, it's good. And yeah, again, poor fucking Jessica having that fucking dress.
Gods, yeah. That dress is fucking hideous. It is awful.
Yeah, like, just to look at it again. Though I'm sure we'll see her again shortly, but fucking this. For Jessica,
That,
especially. Like, this is something
it's just so bad.
Yeah, this is something you could put Maria in, and she wouldn't
I think
complain.
Maria would like it.
Yeah.
Just because it's got flowers all over the place.
Yeah, it's got flowers, it's very pretty. She would like it, but fucking Jessica? No. No.
The tomboy, the punk rock tomboy. Yeah, I figured it was because like that's like 90% of the fashion of this is like taken from fashion magazines.
Yes, like, you know, hers is from
Yeah,
a fashion
for example.
magazine, or like Lambda Deltas is probably the most directly pulled from its inspiration. Like, it basically just looks like this. I think
Don't
the skirt,
tap my fucking tablet, dickhead.
like, the skirt might be a little bit lower, but, like, the entire design is just this. Anyway.
I'm surprised that Jessica's old clothes suit her so well.
熊沢が勝手にお嬢様の昔の服を使用してしまいました。
Kumasawa made the decision on her own to use my lady's old
お
clothes.
許しください。
Please forgive her.
I mean, what else are you gonna fucking do? Let the kid run around in the buff?
Just dress her in a fucking burlap sack.
Yeah, like, just... Okay, you're wearing togas until you leave.
Here you go, have a curtain.
The clothes Erika was wearing were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put many adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly.
いいえ、お客様にふさわしい身なりでしたよ。
Not to worry, they match this guest perfectly.
もし彼女が気に入るようでしたら、お近づきの印にプレゼントしても良いでしょう。
If she likes them, I should think it would be all right for her to keep them as a sign of friendship. You'd have to ask Jessica for that. Because she may not like those clothes, but they're still hers.
I mean, fair, but she...
And I don't think she would have an issue giving them away either. But, it's still...
Yeah. Granted,
ask Jessica, it's hers.
Granted, these literally don't fit her anymore.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't foresee... I would not foresee Jessica, saying no. I'm just saying it's hers, so it's hers to decide what to do with.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
かしこまりました。ありがとうございます。
Certainly. Thank you very much.
警察やご家族には連絡しましたか？
Have you contacted the police and her family?
はい。先方も大層ご心配なされていたようでした。
Yes, they seem to have been quite distressed.
Yeah, they fucking would be. Also, does that mean that one of two things happened? Either Berncastel affected reality to bring two other people into existence to have a child, or she manipulated reality so she became those two people's child. Either way is fucky.
Yeah. I mean, there's a third option, which is her possessing someone.
I mean, yeah. Which, I mean, admittedly, is also fucky. But also, it seems like they can just spawn people out of whole cloth and make them look how they want. Though, maybe there's like...
Yeah, but we're also only seeing this from the magic perspective, right? So, we don't actually know if that's genuinely what she looks like or not.
True. Though she's supposed to be the opposition to the magic perspective.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
ところで、客人は本当に事故でしょうね。
By the way, our guest really did have an accident, right?
ご本人は寄港中のボートから転落したとおっしゃっております。
She said that she fell from a boat as it was returning to port.
Huh. Okay. That's very different from what I thought, which is...
Yeah, I thought that was like a whole ass wreck.
Yeah, I thought there was a wreck. But, okay. That at least means that no other people got hurt in the situation, and that explains why they're not, I don't know, calling the ferry and being like, hey, you need to scour the area between here and here, along with the Coast Guard.
Does Japan have a Coast Guard? Like, or is it just like part of their Navy, or just like police force? I don't know. Let's see. Coast Guard.
Yes, they do have a Coast Guard.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. Interesting.
Which makes sense, because Coast Guard is different from the Navy.
I know, but like you could fold that into a wing of.
Oh yeah, Navy, like absolutely.
Or fold it into a wing of like a police force or something.
You know, like how Space Force is part of the Air Force.
God, don't remind me that actually fucking exists, dude.
Yeah. Granted, I mean...
That's so fucking stupid.
I mean, it is, but also it was bound to occur at some point for less silly purposes, so...
I know, it's just... Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
I know that, like, just because it's an international agreement and everything doesn't mean that everyone's going to follow it, but it's also like you have to follow it, otherwise you will encourage other people to not follow it.
True. Granted, like, it's not saying they're going to be armed in space or do anything harmful in space.
Oh yeah, I should clarify for that. Like, yeah, there's an international agreement to like not have military forces in space. Yeah. Because otherwise you would just have like fucking kill sats, right?
Yeah, exactly. It would be it would be a galactic version of, trying to colonize the Americas.
Yeah, so like no singular entity can have ownership over like anything outside of Earth.
Yes.
Or have military forces off Earth, which is like that's the agreement. I don't remember like what the document or whatever it is called, but because it's been a while. But yeah.
Yeah. For all we know, what they're doing is just because I actually don't know what Space Force is getting up to in the Biden administration. But probably dealing with more like orbital objects. Satellites and the like.
The motto is Semper Supra. God's always above. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason why we hadn't made it until, very recently.
Yeah.
It's because of that fucking agreement. Because like if you start putting military shit in space, everyone else is going to too, and that means you're going to have to deal with orbital bombardment, and we don't want to have to deal with that.
Yep. So probably for
that fucking sucks.
Yeah. So probably for right now, it's probably like navigational satellite tech and things like that.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. Space superiority defense against space and counter space threats by protecting spacecraft in space or protecting against attacks enabled by adversary spacecraft. So it's supposed to be like stopping orbital bombardment and asteroids and shit like that.
Yeah. Which, I guess,
there's
fair.
Also, global mission operations, which is...
Because the thing is,
it's navigation. It's global navigation for military forces.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, NASA will get defunded, unfortunately, but they're not going to defund the military. So we can always be prepared for asteroids. Like, that wasn't the intention of the annoying orange, but that's what we can at least use it for.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there anything to back up that claim? Natsuhi has a point.
Yeah, is there anything to back up that claim? Fucking Space Force ass motherfucker. God damn it. I'm gonna be mumbling about this one for hours now. Son of a bitch. I checked with the Coast Guard. It seems that she fell from the rear of a pleasure boat, unnoticed by the others on board.
I am not a fan of the term pleasure boat.
Yeah, it sounds far more decadent and fucked up than it actually is.
Exactly. Like, I know
it's just an entertainment boat. Like, you just go on it to have a party.
Yeah,
that's all it is. But it just sounds so much worse.
Yeah, it sounds, well, like a thing a middle schooler shouldn't be on.
Yeah.
But no, it's totally fine. It's just, please, another word, please.
Time to make an actual sex cult on an actual pleasure boat. Actually, hold on. That's actually a really good idea. Fuck. 1 second.
I mean, it is a good idea, but just... I love that that's your nugget from Umineko for now.
Yeah. For the day. That's the idea for the day. Fuck's sake. We don't know the exact location she fell from, but it was probably somewhere near this island. How foolish to be out boating with such a bad weather forecast.
Yeah, more than a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, if they're not getting back to port soon, they're fucked, given how bad this typhoon is gonna be.
Yeah, I think they're already back at port, which is when they noticed she was missing.
Which, fair, yeah.
All the same, is it really conceivable that she nearly drowned in the nearby waters and drifted to this island?
I know why you're on edge, Natsuhi, but that is a weird line of questioning.
It is not impossible. Tales of drifters washing ashore exist on several of the islands around this area.
Yeah.
The current's supposed to be, conducive to that.
Yeah, just the currents can do that, and it makes sense, because, shit that was thrown off, like the bottles, have drifted to neighboring islands.
I believe it likely because it was an accident. This is the middle of a typhoon. There's no place on this island where it would be possible to land a boat.
Really now? Genji had already figured it out. Natsuhi almost certainly suspected that this mysterious guest who had arrived during the already high-stress family conference might be a pawn in someone's plot. Therefore, Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furudo Erika was her real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on.
わかりました。主人も丁重にもてなすようにと指示しています。
Very well. My husband has ordered you to roll out the red carpet for her.
Good thing the carpets are already red.
Mm-hmm.
粗相のないようになさい。
Make sure that there are no blunders.
ですが、分かっていますね。
However, you understand, don't you?
はい。親族会議には一切近づけません。
Yes, we will not allow her anywhere near the family conference, which is that's good practice when you have a guest during something like this anyway. Like regardless, because like you don't want the guest to like get wrapped up in your actual family business in general.
And, hear the shouting match that it will inevitably become.
Mm-hmm. After dinner, I will see that she retires to the guest house.
Yeah, exactly. Just let her retire to the guest house. She's unlikely to come back on her own, and if she does, somebody will be patrolling the hall.
客人をお父様に挨拶させろというような
I wish we had a fucking layout map of this
よ
place,
く注意するのですよ。
like of the whole property. The mansion of the guest house, not necessarily Kudori.
Yeah.
Although I would like one eventually for that as well. Just like, to be revealed after after Kuwadorian has been revealed, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like an in-game fucking map or something that updates as you discover like new rooms and shit like that during the course of the story.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool as fuck.
Yeah, like, fans have definitely made those.
But those don't update automatically based on spoiler shit, so,
Yeah, exactly. But,
remind me to fucking do that if I ever make a fucking visual novel like this.
yeah, honestly, that would be pretty cool. I don't think you
Make
need
sure
to
that they don't start talking about... What?
I was gonna say,
yeah.
you probably don't have to tell Genji that, but you might have to mention to the others, don't let it slip.
Yeah. Make sure that they don't start talking about letting her meet father or anything like that either.
もちろんです。心得ております。
Of course, I will keep that in mind.
ほう、フルドエリカとな。
Furudo Erika, was it?
この六軒島に来客とは珍しい。
It's rare for guests to come here to Rokujima.
楽しませてくれそうではないか。
She looks as though she'll be entertaining, don't you think?
ベルンカステル教の駒でしょう。
She is probably Lady Bernkastel's piece.
Okay, so this Beatrice is aware of things enough
Yeah.
for Renobe to say that to her.
人間のルールに従うとはいえ、プレイヤーは魔女です。
Yeah, so it must be that she's just not getting any new information from the game board right now. Or the game table, rather. Or maybe she is, like, I don't know. She's conscious, she's just, like, basically catatonic.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she's been able to make expressions, drink tea.
And she can't hear everything, so I don't know. Maybe she's just not capable of acting at the game table right now.
Yeah. She's kind of lost her will.
I should make a rat character. Anyway, though she will follow the rules of humans, the player is a witch. Can't underestimate her.
問題ない。
There is no problem.
仮にベルンカステル教本人であろうとも、人間である以上、わらわたちの敵
Even if she were Lady Bernkastel herself, she is a human, and so she is no match for us.
何しろガープもいる。
After all, we have Gap with us.
人間はガープに絶対に勝てぬ。
Humans certainly cannot win against Gap.
ありがとう。でも買いかぶりすぎは良くないわ。
Thanks. Still, it's not a good idea to overestimate yourself.
魔女の定義は魔法が使えることだけを意味したりはしない。
The definition of witch doesn't only imply the ability to use magic.
ですな。 ジョーカーであり、台風の目である。
True, a joker in the eye of a typhoon.
それが魔女というもの。
That is what a witch is.
Interesting.
Yeah, a wild card at like at the center of a storm.
この六軒島で魔女と名乗ってよいのはこのわらわ。
I'm the one who gets to call herself a witch on this Roganjima.
黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェのみである。
Only I, the golden witch and endless witch, Beatrice.
ベルンカステル教名。エンジェの次なるコマがどの程度のものか。
Let us see how good Lady Berncastell's next piece after Angie is.
じっくりと観覧させてもらおうぞ。
I intend to watch very carefully. So this is direct confirmation because I know that Nazi can hear this because it's not got the
Yeah.
the border that signifies that it's people at the game table talking. So this is direct confirmation that magic does exist in this world and it's not just lies being told.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the thing is, gaps in information just make magic stronger, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than it not literally existing. It just makes it stronger, and there needs to be a practical, if improbable, explanation for everything.
Be gone, bot. Yeet.
Thank you.
Yep. I saw that pop up as I was opening my mouth to say something. And now I don't remember what it was, but yeah. Right, yeah. Like Angie jumping off the fucking building and flying.
Yeah.
The practical but improbable thing is that she fell on a net.
Yeah. She fell on a builder's net. Erika's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, it was the inferior end of the table.
That's for once. This is actually like accurate to real world stuff. Like you would actually have the guests sit there unless they were a guest of honor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, unless they were the person this event was about.
Yeah. Like, you would never have, say, a prince sit at the end of the table. Because then, like, by default, someone that high rank is a guest of honor.
Yeah.
But
just a random person that is here due to hospitality and nothing else.
Yeah. You get to sit at the end of the table where, you know, the guests sit.
Yeah, though it's fucked up because that would be the seat where fucking Kinzo's wife would be sitting if she were alive. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you turn the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erika was the host of this dinner. Which, yeah, that is a pretty interesting dynamic, visually speaking.
それでは皆様、本日の晩餐を始めさせていただきたいと思います。
Well then, everyone, I would like to begin tonight's dinner, if I may. After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the almost customary applause. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Sitting at such a magnificent table was no everyday thing for these people by any means, except for those in Krause's immediate family. However, they were all used to it and acted as though this was completely normal. But even then, this is when you bring out the showstopper meals.
Mm-hmm. It's the family conference, after all.
Yeah. Again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika. And yet she showed no surprise at this dinner, and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else.
Well, no, because like this is actually just how dinner is done when you're at a high-end place.
True.
Like the person will like say what it is, tell you like blah blah blah, and then set it out for you.
There wasn't even a sliver of the fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy.
Like, I would not be surprised at this either.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised. Granted, once food started coming out, you know, my eyes might go a little wide, like, ooh, that's good, or, huh, never had that before.
I think what Goto would get out of me would be an eyebrow raise.
死んだ子ですね
But that's because I'm not very expressive in real life, so
最も豪華
Yeah.
な晩餐を前に
that's the most you can really expect unless you fucking surprise me, like, just startle me. There we go. Unless you startle me. What a mysterious child. She doesn't seem to be the least bit flustered over the Ushiromiya family's grandest dinner of the year.
Yeah. Though, I am the type of person, and I think to some extent you might be too, where you would probably talk to Goda about the food because you notice he's actually passionate about what he's doing.
I would not interrupt the celebration for not the celebration, the intro for it.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I would
no.
ask him about it later.
Oh yeah, no, like, definitely not interrupt what he's doing, but when he starts chatting with everybody, I would have chatted with him too.
Yep. It's like after the introduction is done, like absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
Ask him about the food, especially because like everyone else is strangers in a position of power over me. So it's like, all right, I'll talk to the servants. Fuck you.
yeah, exactly. Like, I would be I'd be more comfortable. I wouldn't be very comfortable, but I'd be more comfortable talking to just a random fucking servants.
最近の子は肝が据わってるわ
Kids these days have nerves of steel.
嫌いじゃないのそういうの
Definitely not something I dislike. I don't know about kids these days having nerves of steel, but I appreciate you appreciating that, Curie.
フルドさんはこういう食事には慣れているのですか
Furudo, are you accustomed to meals like this?
大した落ち着きようだ
I'm impressed that you look so composed.
ほんまやな。ずいぶん手慣れたもんや。
No kidding, she's a real pro.
わしなんか未だに次はどのフォークを使えばいいんか混乱するんやで。
Heck, I still get
See,
confused.
yeah, that I would not know. I don't know the order of like of modern table manners.
Absolutely not. A fork.
I know that there are like table manners, but I just don't know what the fuck they are. Or
Yeah, like, I know the
anything,
existence
really.
of them, and that's about it. And it would take me a while to learn that kind of spread. You know, a fork is a fork is a fork, a spoon is a spoon is a spoon.
Yeah,
Still get
I think
confused
it's something to do with like what you eat the salad and appetizer with versus what you eat the entree with. But I just don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how to identify which fork is which.
yeah, like, there's the main, there's a main fork, main spoon, salad fork, dessert fork. That's the ones I know.
ああ、こっちやったか。それともこっちやったか。
Yeah, was it this one or this one? See, I like Hideyoshi. Which also makes me concerned at this point that because I like Hideyoshi, he's gonna turn out to be a monster.
Yeah, of course. Wait for the other shoe to drop, this man.
Yeah. But he's honestly, so far, one of my absolute favorites. Erika had been gracefully eating her hors d'oeuvres, or horse divorce, without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her. Hideyoshi started laughing around, or started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, a president of a company in the food service industry like Hideyoshi would obviously know his table manners. Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling. Like, how the fuck would you not know, considering you...
Yeah, he's just cracking jokes. He's been doing this for like over 20 years anyway at this family conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at that point, most people would learn. Like, there is a very small minority of people who actually wouldn't know after trying for 20 years. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice.
外側から順に使うだけですし
Great rat detective. All right. You just have to start on the outside and work your way in.
面倒だったらお箸を頼めばいいんです
If that's too much trouble, then just ask for some chopsticks.
Where'd you
Also,
say the Great Rat
hyperboards.
Detective?
Edwards.
Oh, it hasn't shown up on mine. That would explain it.
Agony.
So I will refresh that.
Any self-respecting Japanese would just would use chopsticks. You're getting so excited over it.
Fucking hell.
Chopsticks are wonderful. Just a single pair and you can handle any kind of food.
No. No. I can think...
I would love to see her try to eat a barbecued rib with chopsticks.
Erika's special interest unlocked, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, ribs, you could technically probably do if it was tender enough. But I was gonna go with, like, tomato soup.
Well, I mean, from that, you just drink it out of the bowl, right?
Well, yeah, you would just drink it out of the bowl, but that would be
You
considered
don't need
bad.
a utensil for that.
But that would be considered bad manners. Plus, you know, I'm being a shit.
I think we've thrown like manners out of the window when you're having a Western style dinner with chopsticks. So
As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she had shown before, and more like something you expect from someone her age. But it makes some sense in that, you know, Vern Castell is at least based in part off of a young lady who was a Shinto priestess.
that there shrine maiden.
Yeah.
For rice, I mean, for the curry part, sure, but the rice part, nah.
But you'd use a spoon for curry and rice at least, wouldn't you? I mean, not for the rice part, but if you want to eat them nicely together, yeah. Though I just use...
Donburi. Fucking Donburi. Well, I mean, it'll tell us if you go to the fucking good bar. But
Yeah, just...
simply poured into a bowl Donburi style. Is there anyone who eats gyudon with a spoon?
Oh yes, Erika Furudo was her name. In, Higurashi.
Mm.
You know, so, Erika Furudo.
Yeah, this is basically just a fucking anagram of her actual name.
Yep.
Look at that smug fucking face, though.
Oh yeah. Total knife cat.
Of course not. Oh, come on. We Japanese must unwaveringly, unfailingly, unflinchingly use chopsticks. God's girl.
Yeah, see. This is why I'm being a little bit of a shit towards her.
So Goda, if you please, I would like some chopsticks. Oh, God.
Because of course.
Oh, no. No. I shall show everyone the proud and proper way for a Japanese person to eat. Oh, gods. Erika, what are you doing? Incidentally, what is the next dish?
Alright, waiting for it.
Unfortunately, that would be soup.
I mean, that was mine, but hey, I've done that to you. As she pretended to shrug, Erika winked at everyone.
This seems too idyllic. This is almost like Golden Land levels of idyllic. That does not seem right. There's something in the back of my skull going, warning, warning.
Yeah, like, this doesn't feel Golden Land like people are mind controlled, but it does feel like, oh, the other shoe's gonna drop. Which, I mean, it is. 6 people are about to fucking die shortly.
Yeah, but, like the other shoe.
Yeah, the other shoe. Of course, no
Or
one
someone
was
starts
laughing at
criticizing
her.
Erika or something.
She obviously knew that soup came after hors d'oeuvres in a full-course meal. Furthermore, Erika had even noticed that she had performed a little too perfectly, creating a sense of tension that led Hideyoshi to think that she was nervous herself, and that this was why he had tried to break the ice. That was why she started behaving a little childish and lighthearted, acting out the part of a guest enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kiri, but everyone else also caught on. Even though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in an Ushuramiya family dinner.
頭のいい子ね。本当にこの子、偶然の来客なの？
Smart kid. Did she really just come here by coincidence?
実は今日の親族会議にこっそり読んだ兄さんの隠し子じゃないの？
There's the other shoe, I think.
Are we sure she isn't an illegitimate child of Krause's he secretly invited to today's family conference?
賢く
Nazi has a small heart attack right here.
センスもあるようだ
Seems she's not only smart, but knows how to brighten the mood
マ
too.
ナーも見事じゃないか
And her manners are simply
あん
wonderful.
な子が娘だったら悪くはない
Hey, Kraus. Your
Your-
stomach and lower arms are starting to look a little translucent. You okay there, buddy? I think Dr. Naja needs to take a look at you. It only. Why did that only happen during that? Was it like a visual bug, maybe?
Yeah, I think that was just a visual bug for a moment that you noticed and I didn't. It
Welp.
wouldn't be bad at all to have this girl as a
Yeah,
daughter.
I thought the stomach was like poorly painted because like normally the dialogue box was over that. But then I leaned forward a little bit and looked closer. It's like, no, those are the fucking chairs behind him.
それはひでえぜ
That's pretty cruel.
ジェシカちゃんの立つ瀬がなくならな
Where does that leave Jessica?
ひどいわルドルフ兄さん
That's mean, Rudolph.
どうしたんだいジェシカちゃん
What's wrong, Jessica?
頭痛かい
Headache? You know what? Don't fucking look like that.
私の評価がずんずん下がってる気がするぜ
I can feel my reputation
George in the
dropping
shin.
by the minute.
こりゃ本家の
As
連合として
unfair as
負
it
けられねえ
is,
だろ
Jessica, that you have to deal with all this shit in the first place, it is kind of your fault that you're not, you don't behave properly, according to them.
Yeah, like, it is kind
You're the one that like ignores all your manners all the time. And I know you know them.
Yeah. Come on.
Nazi is not the kind of person that would like neglect to teach her child proper table manners and everything.
Yeah. As the daughter of the head family, you can't let this
お
stand.
前も日頃夏日おばさんに仕込まれてるテーブルマナーと貫禄で対抗してみろよ
Try fighting back, but the table manners and dignity Aunt Nazi is always teaching you.
見たい見たいテーブルマナー見たい
Wanna see table manners.
Interesting transformation to just like see Jessica in her normal state just like suddenly go into proper rich person mode.
ほらはしゃぐのはマナー違反だよ
Hey, making a fuss is bad
さ
manners.
さジェシカちゃん
Come on, Jessica.
手本を見せてあげて
Show us how it's done.
おおもちろんだぜ
Granted, I also understand this. You know, maybe she remembers some of this shit, but also it flying completely out the window when you're expected to show it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Sure, no sweat. Jessica straightened up so much it looked like someone had poked her in the back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler.
I wanted her to actually be good at this.
She sat at attention with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. Dad, who
Of
was
course.
sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up.
どうしたんだジェシカちゃん腹でも痛いのか
How did you not hear the conversation, Rudolph? You're right beside her. What the fuck?
I guess he was busy talking to somebody else and just, selective hearing.
I guess. Fuck's sake.
What is it, Jessica? Your stomach hurt? Jessica turned bright red. Sorry, I can't help myself. We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red. Aunt Nazi scolded us for not behaving ourselves. In the end, no matter how much we tried to smooth it over, we were who we were. We couldn't act like we were anything else. Still, the laughter...
That just means you're shit at acting.
Still, that laughter really did help us to relax. We had been so concerned about the guest getting nervous that we had grown even more nervous ourselves. The lively chatter spread from where we were sitting at the center of the long table to the both ends, and ultimately the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. Which, fair, because usually, some chaos would happen. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to
Did
have...
not actually, tell us what they ate this time, weirdly enough.
Yeah, it didn't really mention what the main course was. Normally, the dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often move right on to the family conference with the same dark atmosphere. However, perhaps because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion in the middle of all this rain and resume their high-tension family conference. I'd rather not think about that. Auntie Ava seemed to be very worked up trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away, but it didn't look like many people agreed with her. The meeting had probably come to a close for the night. Since they had guest house duty, Goda and Kumasawa were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It must be tough for Goda. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also had the midnight shift at the guest house. I heard that Kumasawa, old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. It seemed that she had been assigned the servants' quarters in the guest house.
皆様をゲストハウスまでご案内させていただきます。
Please allow me to guide all of you to the guest house.
エリカ様のお部屋もご用意できております。
Lady Erika, your room has also been prepared.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
体調はどうです
Why not rest a bit?
具合が悪かったりはしませんか
Are you sure you feel alright?
ああ、そうだよな。すっかり忘れてたけど、エリカちゃんは溺れてて
How did you forget that shit, Battler?
That's right, I'd totally forgotten, but you nearly drowned and floated here, didn't you, Erika?
今日は無理しねえで、早く寝た方がいいだろうな。
This man is not beating the dense as a black hole allegations.
Yeah. Though maybe he means, the conversation was so lively I forgot you weren't just part of the guest. Part of the guests. It's probably best if you take it easy today and go to bed early.
全然平気です。それよりも
I'm perfectly fine. On the contrary, I'm so nervous and excited that I doubt I could get to sleep.
じゃあ遊ぼう。みんなで遊ぼう。
Then let's play. Let's all play together.
トランプしよう。
Play cards. Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint, particular to youth, was very much like Maria. But for now, we should be thinking about Erika's physical condition.
マリア、トランプは私たちと一緒に遊ぼう。
Maria, why don't you play cards with
エリ
us?
カお姉ちゃんは疲れてるんだってさ。
Erika says
She did not say that.
she's tired.
トランプも好きですよ。
I like
一人で
cards.
済ましたらぜひご一緒させてください。
Please let me join you after I've had a short rest.
やったー。
Hooray!
あれはどちら様ですか？
Who is that?
She passed through the lobby of the entrance hall. Erika stopped walking. When we saw what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped.
ああ、あちらは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様でございますよ。
Oh, that is the Golden Witch, Lady Beatrice.
黄金の魔女。
Golden Witch.
何やってんだガキども。さっさとゲストハウスへ引き上げるぞ。
What are you doing, brats? Get your asses in gear. We're off back to the guest house. Dad, Kiri, Auntie Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Auntie Rosa all came over. The guest house party had all gathered. However, Erika's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while. Yeah, supposedly Dad has a stash of hidden gold worth 20 billion yen. And the hiding place for that gold is written on this epitaph. Perhaps because it was too early for them all to disperse into their individual rooms, the relatives who had returned to the guest house were all gathered downstairs, continuing their chat. The topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erika had taken an interest in.
魅力的な謎ですね。誰にでも見られるところに堂々と張り出し、私たちの知恵に挑
It
戦。
really is a fascinating riddle. He displayed it in a place where anyone could see it as a challenge to our intellect.
そういう挑戦、大好きです。
I adore challenges like that.
Okay, are you gonna solve the riddle for us, Erika?
ひゅー、エリカちゃんは案外ノリがいいな。
Whoa, I didn't expect you to be so into this, Erika.
謎解きとか好きなのか？
Do you like solving riddles or something?
面白そうじゃないですか。
Well, they're interesting, don't you think?
そういう挑戦。
These kinds of
多
challenges.
分金蔵さんはあの碑文によって跡継ぎを選ぼうというつもりに違いありませんね。
I have no doubt that Kinzo intends to use that epitaph to choose his successor.
When she said that, the adults froze, and slowly turned to face Erika.
どうしてそう思うの？
Why do you think that? Auntie Ava spoke with a coaxing voice, though there had been whisperings between the relatives every now and then that the person who solved the epitaph's riddle might inherit the family headship. That had been nothing more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. I mean, the truth is she's reading the script, but let's see what her, explanation is. How had she come to it? No, that wasn't the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wanted to establish this not as wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erika, asking why she was so sure.
大富豪が謎を解いた者に富を譲るというのは割とよくあるシチュエーションです。
Is it?
Is it Erika? Because I don't know about that. Well, I mean, it's common in fiction, but not in real life. So maybe that's what she's referring to.
I guess.
It's somewhat common for extremely rich people to relinquish their wealth to the person who solves a riddle.
そしてご当主の金蔵さんはその碑文を新聞に載せたのではなく、
Furthermore, Kinzo didn't publish this epitaph in a
お
newspaper,
屋敷の中に掲示しました。
but displayed it within the
つ
mansion.
まりこのお屋敷の人間を対象にした謎だということです。
That means that the riddle is intended for the people in this mansion.
That's fair.
そうだよな。この屋敷の中である以上、この屋敷に出入りできない者には解きようがない。
You're right, since it's inside the mansion, there's no way for someone who can't enter the mansion to solve it.
つまり、この屋敷の人間にじい様は挑戦してきたってわけだ。
So that means Grandfather has been challenging the people in this mansion.
グッ
Fuck.
良い思考です。
Well thought.
あの碑文が屋敷内にあったという一時からでも、その程度のことを読み取ることが可能です。
No, there's still like a bunch of leaps of logic there, Erika. But I know that this is this is just like fiction, so of course you've got to have some leaps of logic sometimes.
Yeah.
Because like it could simply have a meaning to Kinzo and he wanted to display it somewhere. It's like, what the fuck else are you gonna put in your goddamn foyer?
Fair enough.
That's what I'd do. I'd put shit like that in there.
You'd have a riddle?
Not necessarily a riddle, but stuff that like had meaning to me. It's like some kind of art or display or whatever.
Oh, certainly, but it's also like specifically a riddle is her argument, which I kind of
I know, but the riddle itself could be a piece of art that has meaning to him, which is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Of course, we know that that's not the case, being, you know, the readers of the story, but like if this were a real life situation, there's like 100 different reasons someone could put a fucking riddle in the middle of their damn mansion like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just by the simple fact that the epitaph is inside the mansion, it's possible to figure out that much.
At first, this Furudo Erika girl had seemed to be a fairly silent type, but apparently that wasn't the case. When she grew excited about being challenged to a game of wits, she became much more talkative than I had imagined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a PC played by the girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah. It's true. She's allowed to be cooler than everybody else.
なるほどな。
I see.
屋敷の中に碑文があるんは、屋敷の人間に読ませるためってのは確かに道理や。
Well, it does
But
make...
yeah, like I would absolutely fucking like display like poetry or passages from things that I like a lot.
Well, certainly. Like, absolutely poetry and passages from things. But having a challenge presented. Like, there are some reasons you do that other than, you know, a specific, you know, have all my fabulous riches, but also, like, there, you know, it's not a well-known riddle, it's something that Kinzo probably came up with himself. Or the original Beatrice
I might
came up
display some of
with.
my own shit in there. Stuff that I'm particularly proud of. I would absolutely do that.
Well, yeah, sure, but, you know, the riddle would be in one of your fucking stories or something, you know?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about the riddle of the book of names.
Yeah.
When I said that.
Yeah, like, you would have a riddle, but
That's-
it would also be present in something other than the epitaph.
Yeah, but also, like, do we know if Kinzo has written any books?
Oh.
I'm just saying, like, in a real life situation, there's more to it than, like,
Well,
this
sure.
stuff, like, says.
Hmm.
I'm commenting on it as though it were real, alright?
Well, it does make sense that an epitaph inside a mansion would be there so the people that inside the mansion could read it.
でも家督を譲る相手までも選ぶというのは
But can you really be so sure that the one who solves it will be given the headship too? Because it's possible they might get more of a minor prize. That's something I could see.
この謎を解いて得られる宝がほんのささやかなものでしかないなら、私もそこまでは思いません。
If the treasure gained by solving the riddle had been something small, I would not have even considered it.
そうよね。隠された黄金の価値は200億。
That's right, the hidden gold is worth 20 billion.
それはまさに後ろ宮家の財産そのものだわ。
You could consider it the wealth of the Ushiramiya family itself.
Yeah, between the name Ushiromiya and
Proving you
The
have the
20
fucking
billion.
gold. Yeah.
yeah, the proof of the gold. It's like that's so much. You could do so much with that, as we were talking about on last stream.
Yeah, like, basically, sure, you would maintain the companies, you know, like, Kraus could maintain the companies, But that's about it. The company's in the land itself.
Would Kraus maintain the companies, though?
I mean,
It's Kraus we're talking about.
I mean, he wouldn't maintain them well, but I just mean he'd be able to keep ownership of his next of kin.
Inheriting that would be tantamount to inheriting the Ushiromiya family itself.
つまり碑文に込めた黄金の隠し場所という謎は後ろ宮家の実質的な後継者選びに他ならないということです。
In other words, the riddle contained within the epitaph that indicates the hiding place of the gold is nothing less than a way of selecting the practical successor of the Ushiromiya family.
The idea that the person who would solve the epitaph would be the chosen as the next family head was something that had been floating around between a few of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been stated specifically, they had thought of it as nothing more than an optimistic dream. And so they had abandoned all considerations of that aspect and left it as a gray area. Erika
This is why you're all garbage at your jobs.
Yeah. Granted, like, it's basically what Erika said. It's tantamount to it without explicitly being it, but yeah, if you had the gold and the name Ushiromiya, you basically have everything you need to build a Kinzo empire unto yourself.
Yeah, like fucking, if I was like Jessica or like any of these characters that like get to see this all the time, I would be solving it out of pure curiosity, but also just like you get bored, right? Like, what the fuck is this? And just someday you're bored, you're just sitting there like, all right, what is this? What are we doing here?
Yeah, like, absolutely. Like, you sit that in front of me as a possibility of something.
With access to all the fucking library and shit like that in the mansion, absolutely. The only reason I'm not actually trying to solve it right now is because like I don't have all the clues.
Yeah, you are, you do not speak Japanese. There's no goddamn way we're going to solve this without that knowledge.
Yeah, like I'd be all over it. Gods, I would be all over the fucking libraries constantly.
Oh yeah, like, to be honest, I would act as much like Kinzo as possible without being a dickhead. But the flamboyance, the magic, and shit. Because I'd want to get on his good side while he was alive. Because I want his information.
Like, assuming he is the writer of the epitaph, which you would assume if you were there, then like acting like him and behaving like him might help you think like him eventually as well, so you can figure out the riddle. Because that's a big problem with riddles, is that like it's the same problem as with like 90s adventure games, right? Like, or puzzle games in general, where when you know the answer, or you're thinking like the developer or creator of the puzzle, or
it snaps into place,
or what have you.
But if
it's so much easier. If you're not, though, you're not thinking along the same lines, and you're not considering the same things.
Which gets difficult when different people are making different puzzles.
Mm-hmm.
Puzzles. Thank you, captioner. I don't even know what that word
my
is.
Footrest. Don't you headbutt my leg while I'm trying to push you off my headrest? Or not my headrest, my footrest, fucker.
Yeah. But yeah, in general, like, yeah, I would be solving it. I'd be getting the Ars Goetia and putting a glass of absinthe on top of it to see if the magic circles come up with anything.
That'd be very funny.
You know, like if the reflection...
Gods, you'd have to drink absinthe just to fucking, like, get in the same headspace as him. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That sounds awful.
Absolutely. Like, I'm kind of surprised it's not his liver that came out. Or at least not specifically mentioned that it's his liver that gave out.
I think they haven't mentioned it because it just straight up doesn't matter.
That's fair.
What he died of.
Yeah, because it wasn't on purpose. Erika declared in clear terms that this uncertain part was, in fact, true. If one of the relatives had said it, the others would have thought it to be merely an optimistic dream. However, when declared by Furudo Erika a complete outsider...
He died of being 90.
He died of being 90. I mean, fair. Like, it is...
I think that would also. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, like it is something that is literally put down as like aging, or
Died of old age
yeah, like
or
there's
age-related illnesses.
yeah. Those words seem more credible than they otherwise would have. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied.
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで、フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
Oh gods!
Ah, you were.
Now you're just puffing yourself up. All it takes is the presence of that epitaph, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
For food or no, Erika. Thank you, Captioner. Sometimes you have gems. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
横やりで申し訳ねえけどさ。
Sorry to butt in,
一応はうちの父さんが次期当主なわけだぜ。
but my father is the successor to the head.
隠し黄金を誰が見つける云々はともかくよ。
Doesn't matter who finds the
見
gold,
つけたら当主ってのはそういうことにはならねえんじゃねえかよ。
because just finding it doesn't make someone the head, right? Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position. I mean, all that would happen is he would become more like his siblings.
Yeah.
私の推理から演繹する限り、金蔵さんは次期当主のクラウスさんに円滑な当主継承を望んでいないと考えられます。
As far as I can deduce, Kinzo does not seem to wish for Kraus to have a smooth transition to inheriting the headship.
どうしてだよ。
Why's that? She's not gonna know that part. She doesn't know Kinzo. Unless you mean, why do you come to that conclusion?
If I were an outsider, I would assume that it's like, prove your abilities.
Yeah.
Prove your intelligence.
莫大な財産を持つ後宮家の当主なら、政治的な意味で様々な影響力を持つことになるでしょう。
Becoming the head of the Ushimiya family with all of the vast wealth it entails would mean gaining a great deal of influence in a political sense.
That's true.
Yeah, very true.
ならば本来、その継承は厳格であり、一切の紛れが入るべきではありません。
Ordinarily, then, the succession should be rigorously conducted so that no element of doubt is permitted to creep into the equation.
そうね。うちの人の好きな戦国武将の話でもよくあるわ。
That's
I'm
right.
surprised you even know that much.
I mean, she does actually love her husband.
That's true.
That's right. It happens a lot in those stories about Sengoku period military commanders that my husband loves.
後継ぎ候補が複数いたりすると、大抵お家騒動の火種になる。
When there are multiple candidates for the successor, it usually results in a family dispute.
そうやな。だからトラブルを未然に防ぐためにしっかりと後継者を指名しておくのが大切なんや。
That's right. That's why it's important to clearly specify a successor so you can avoid any trouble.
競合する後継者を粛清することさえあるんやで。
Sometimes there's even a purge of all
Asian
competing
palace politics,
successors.
dude.
Oh,
So these
absolutely.
kinds of palace politics absolutely did happen in China, Korea, and Japan, and all that stuff. But that's just like not how it works over in worked in Europe under the European systems.
Most of the time,
Because
anyway.
like, yeah, there were still like issues with succession sometimes if like a king died suddenly or something like that with no clear heir. But a clear heir in this case would literally just be a non-bastard child. Literally just that. Normally, you do not have to clearly state a successor in European feudal systems. It's just whoever is there that is not a bastard. That's genuinely it.
Yeah,
It's
so
the eldest child that is not a bastard.
yeah, though, you know, that was established later. In early medieval times, there were a lot more problems, and that's why late medieval period cultures tended towards having a direction of succession.
Yeah, but when we're talking about like early medieval stuff that's over 1,000 years ago, and not what most people think when they think of like medieval Europe,
I mean, fair.
Most people, when they think of medieval Europe, think of like Renaissance period.
Yeah, but, talking about monarchy, European monarchies in general, that's what happened in those early monarchies. There were a lot more succession crises because they didn't have the line of succession like actually mapped out.
Yeah, it's just like later on in the other successors would not gain the patriarch or matriarch position of the family, but they would still gain territories and everything. The territories would be split up.
Yeah, there was stuff like that too, yeah.
That way, it helped prevent people going to war for dumb shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Whose house is nicer?
Though, I will implore you all to look up Pope fights.
Yes, Pope fights. That's excellent. Pope fights is great.
Because there were a lot of situations where there were a lot... or there was at least half a dozen situations where people were vying to be Pope and claiming they were Pope under the auspices of one country or one faction, while somebody else was claiming to be Pope under other factions.
Yeah, they're fucking the Pope fights are fucking ridiculous.
They are excellent though, because the thing is, the thing about the Pope is both a head of state and a religious position that matters a lot. So of course this was bound to fucking happen.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of power that comes with that position, and no clear succession path. So
yeah. Also, the other thing I was going to mention is what usually happens in fucking Egypt palace politics is posthumously, they will just erase your evidence from history. And your actual, achievements. And possibly just attribute it to them fucking selves.
Yep.
So, there was a woman that was a pharaoh, and she did a lot for the country, but she had so much of her achievements, erased right off of monuments and things. Just chisel that shit off.
Yeah, my point with all that though was
yeah, and having your name stricken from records in this world would erase your powers in Duat, which is part of the afterlife.
Yeah, Duat is it's hard to describe actually. There's no clear allegory, or not allegory, equivalents in modern culture that I can name.
Yeah. But for the purposes
imagine that different religions are very different from each other.
Yeah.
Woo.
We like to compare it in the West to Judaism and Christianity. But even Judaism and Christianity are actually quite different from how they interpret things.
Yep. I remember, thank you. But yeah, my point with all that was just that most of the time when you're talking about European fantasy and all that stuff, these kinds of weird politics and succession crises don't really happen.
Yeah, not in the later medieval period.
Yeah, at least if you're trying to build a setting that actually does have some historical basis.
Yeah, and also, yeah, like Quinn said, Judaism is also different from Judaism depending on which Jew you ask, Gail. And Quinn can make this joke because they are Jewish.
all I wanted to say about that is just that the whole point was just when you're building these worlds and writing all this stuff, make sure you understand which
culture you're pulling
what version
from.
like what culture you're pulling from and what your inherent biases are for this kind of thing.
Yeah, like, to very quickly summarize, something that always sticks out to me in Slay the Princess is that the person who sets things in motion is clearly an anti-monarchist and assumes anybody else would also be an anti-monarchist. And that's just simply, like, there are monarchists. I think they're quite silly people, but they exist.
For whatever fucking reason.
So, you could have your biases and think, oh, this is obviously the way people would have acted, or I think these people are unintelligent, so they would have acted like this.
Could also be like a cultural bias, right? Like in the US, we don't really have many stories, culturally speaking, about like medieval periods and palace politics and shit like that. We just like in America, we mostly focus on like the 16 to 1800s.
Yeah, like the
in terms
most
of like what our cultural stories are.
Yeah, the most we usually get is like the Prince and the Pauper.
Yeah, which is just, it has almost nothing to do with palace politics. Not so, but however, in places where something like the Three Kingdoms story is popular, you will get a hell of a lot different kinds of bullshit than you would in, say, England.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you will get very different ones depending on which situation you're in.
If I had to guess, England would hew much more closely to the Once and Future King story, where like there is a rightful king, period.
Yeah, like that's usually
the story is about like getting that person on the throne rather than anything else.
Yeah, you would lean towards that, which is something that Dungeons and Dragons tends to lean towards in like official stuff.
Yep.
Because it very much had the Arthurian vibe.
Which honestly, the Prince in Exile storyline kind of archetype thing is actually really cool and fun. I actually really like it. I don't see it very often anymore, but I think it's kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, no, those things are fucking cool. Arthuriana is absolutely great, and also an explanation of how fandom works. And how different people can affect a story. Because Lancelot is an inserted character. Much later after those situations. Allegedly took place. But beyond that, just, we can mark, oh, this guy came up with Lancelot. In a lot more direct fashion than we can say.
Out of my armrest. Boy, get those claws out of the armrest. Thank you.
Even the Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired Toyotomi Hideyoshi made his son-in-law.
Can you tell me video shoot? Wow.
Hidetsugu commit seppuku, but it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, naming a successor was a way to make it known to the world that a given single unique person would be acknowledged by everyone as the successor, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate.
Damn it, this makes me want to like more palace politics. I love political intrigue.
It's
good.
True.
It's fun. Good. That's exactly correct. The only purpose for an epitaph like that would be to cast doubt on Krause's position as successor to the head.
あのような危険なものをわざわざ人目にさらす理由がないわけです。
In other words, if Kinzo wished for Kraus to become head without any trouble, he would have no reason to go out of his way to display something so dangerous for all to see.
It's true. Like, whether Kinzo wrote it or not, he is the one who had it displayed.
Mm-hmm.
そうね。
Like, if you wanted to display that for, like, artistic or sentimental reasons, but you did not want a horrible successor fight, all you'd have to do is just declare your successor or test them in a different way.
Yep.
Or make it known that that's not real, that you won't actually get a reward for it. It's just, like, something that you like.
Yeah.
God damn it, Kiri.
Erika, tell me you're about to dress this woman down. Yes, if you flip over the chessboard, you certainly could say that.
投資は継承するけれども、200億の黄金は譲らない。解けた誰かに譲る。
It would be odd if he handed over the position of the head normally, but wouldn't hand over the 20 billion yen in gold except to the person who solved the riddle. Giving up the title of head, but only giving the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call that passing on the headship in the truest sense.
Yeah, because, like, in that case, you would only have the name, and of course all the resources tied to the name, but you wouldn't have the actual, like, treasure of the family that gave them the name.
Yeah, you would just have the illusion of it, basically. You can go, well, of course I know where the gold is, because, you know, so-and-so saw it himself and saw my father had it. Would he not give it to me? And of course...
Yeah, and we do know that Kraus does have a gold bar that he gives as proof, right?
Yep. At least in that loop, we haven't seen it since.
Yeah, but I would assume that it's still there, right? Because he had a fucking specific room for it.
Yeah, we would assume so, so we'll have to see.
そういうことです。以上の推理により、金蔵さんがクラウスさんを本当に後継者だと認めていたか怪しむことができるわけです。
So there you have it. With this logic, I can cast doubt upon whether Kinzo truly acknowledged Kraus as his successor.
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで。
All it takes is the presence of that epitaph.
フルダエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
God damn it, Erika. Oh. And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
Yeah. Yeah, we got your catchphrase.
Your thoughts, Jessica.
What the hell is that? That's not logic. That's bullshit. You're just making it all up. No.
Breathe, Jessica, breathe.
First off, breathe. Second off, I mean, are you really that upset? You don't want to be the next head.
Yeah, like genuine. Well, maybe she's pulling up a show for something. I don't know. I doubt it, but it is like, why are you getting upset about this? Like, you don't want to be the next head anyway.
Jessica let her emotions lay bare and glared at Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm with an expression that said, "The truth is the truth." I see. Looks like table manners aren't the only way this Erika girl is fitting for the Ushiromiya family. Seems she really is like the family, even in ways that it would have been better if she wasn't.
Hashtag just rich people things.
Yeah. Okay, take it easy, Jessica. And Erika, let's leave it at that for now. Well, we can put all this about the successor to the side for now. Anyway, you slice it, there's no doubt it's father's big question for us. It's 20 billion yen. Maria, what would you use it for if you found it?
黄金鏡は黄金だけじゃない。もっと新鮮な
Golden Land isn't just gold, it's a sacred place. Uncle Hideyoshi persisted with his fake laughter, attempting to force the mood to improve. Everyone else tried to go along with him, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better.
エリカちゃんも碑文の謎に挑戦してみたくなったのかい？
So, Erika, would you like to have a go at the epitaph's riddle?
はい。灰色の脳細胞がうずきまくりです。
Is it a little Grace? My little Grace cells are itching to get started.
ですので、謎解きを早速始めたいと思います。
So I'd like to get started. I would like to start solving it at once, if I may.
George skillfully turned the conversation around. Just like the time she had made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erika looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance.
気に入ったわ。
I like it.
せっかくエリカちゃんが面白がってくれてるんだし。
Well, since Erika seems so interested,
また去年みたいにみんなで謎解きをしてみましょうよ。
let's all try and solve it together, just like last year.
私コーヒー入れるわ。
I'll make some
欲
coffee.
しい人は手を挙げて。
Raise your hand if you want some.
マリアはダメよ。
Not for you, Maria. Yeah,
I don't
no.
think Maria would like it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, fuck Rosa, but also that child does not need coffee.
That is the last thing that child needs.
Yes.
眠れなくなっちゃうでしょ。
She turned into the fucking Flash and just vibrate through the walls.
You won't be able to sleep. Like, she'd basically turn into that fucking scene from Futurama where Fry drinks like 100 cups of coffee and is suddenly moving like the goddamn Flash. Want to drink black coffee? Absolutely not.
Absolutely the fuck not, kid.
You can have coffee-flavored sugar water. Or chocolate-covered coffee beans.
ワクワクしません？
Don't they get you excited?
こういう謎、
Riddles like this?
私は大好き
Wait.
です。
Oh, yeah. Whoopsie.
I adore them.
Erika said that and smiled, even though she must have known that she'd just ticked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour. She just smiled nonchalantly.
別に10月5日の事件を待たなくても解ける謎はあるってわけ。
See, there's a mystery you can solve even without waiting for the crime on October 5th.
そりゃ、俺も何度か挑んださ。
I did try to solve it a bunch of times, but
でもさっぱりわからなかったから投げ出して考えるのをやめた。
But you didn't have a clue, so you gave up and stopped thinking.
well, yeah, if you don't have what you need to even if you don't know even what to look for, how are you going to start solving shit?
Yeah,
でしょ。
right?
Pissed me off, but I didn't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved home of old means, much less the parts about the Sweetfish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited, kept on waiting and just stopped thinking. Yeah, no, I mean, to be perfectly honest, you needed to go look for hints. Fucking open up the Ars Goetia or something. Find
Like
a...
go into the fucking that library that was it Ava that was in the library last time?
At the very least, she did go to the library and solve the riddle, because that's how she became the one to find the gold and spawned Ava
Yeah.
Trichet.
Yeah, you need to go to the library and like fucking read shit.
あなたなりの答えは準備できてる？
Have you figured out an answer on your own?
私が今から解いちゃうから。
Because I'm about to solve it.
Yeah, I've got fucking nothing. Like, I can say it's on the island. That much I know.
I'm pretty sure that it's in the Kuadorian somewhere.
Yeah, it's probably in the Kuadorian.
Or in the underground passage somewhere.
Yeah. Also, because I remembered we never actually looked at what that thing was. Bumbore. Food served on top of rice in a deep bowl. The bowl is called a
Oh, I eat that shit
dumbure.
all the time.
Yeah, we have that all the fucking time.
I eat that all the time. Fucking get cook some rice in like chicken broth or something like that, then throw some eggs on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And I fucking love oyakodon. Chicken and egg, meaning parent and child dumbure.
I've had that before too.
Yep.
What do you want, Ember?
What?
ペルーはね、ここで碑文の謎を解いちゃったのよ。さすが奇跡。
This is where Byrne solved the riddle of the epitaph. I'd expect no less from the Witch of
解
Miracles.
ける謎であるならば、難易度に関係なく必ず解ける。
If a riddle is solvable, she can solve it without fail, regardless of the difficulty.
It is honestly a very OP power.
Yeah, love it.
You know, there is a chance you can dodge a bullet. It's unlikely, but it's not zero. At least,
Yeah.
you know.
So for people you're trying to write like grounded fiction, you can dodge bullets, but what you're dodging is not the bullet, you're dodging the gun.
Yeah, you're essentially anticipating and dodging the gun before
Now
they
there
pull the
are bullets
trigger.
that travel slowly enough for you to be able to dodge, but they're all very old stuff, like from the 1600s or even prior.
Yeah, and even
You can actually see those bullets flying at you. Actually, by the way,
yeah,
it's very fast, much faster than an arrow, but you still can do it.
yeah.
And with arrows and bolts and all that shit, if you actually see them coming, you can also dodge or even catch them. I've seen it done before, like in real life. I've seen people parry them. I've seen people like dodge out of the way. I've seen people catch them. Although the person that caught them had like injuries all over his arm.
Oh yeah,
from failing to catch them and just like missing and just like getting shot in the arm. And they were using target arrows, so it's not like he was like seriously injured. It's like little pricks all over his arms.
Yeah.
How many years did it take to solve this one?
Oh, so you also do fucking time compression shit and just can sit on it for as long as you need.
失敬ね。かけらをほんの数百個ほど漁っただけじゃない。
So like several years? How rude. I only fished through a few hundred fragments.
やっぱり恐ろしいわ、あんたは。
You really are terrifying.
Honestly, I would count that as like at least 50 years.
I would not, because I'm assuming that she watched the 2 days.
That's fair.
So 100 of that would be like 600 or 700 days.
Fair enough, yeah. That makes more sense when you put it that way.
It's like a year and a half, 2 years, something like that.
赤で答えをいきなり語るとか、そういうインチキじゃねえんだろうな。
You better not have cheated by suddenly saying the answer in red or something like that.
安心なさい。あなたと同じプレイヤーとしてのルールにのっとっている。
That is amazing though. You could just like sit over in the corner and just be like, okay, I literally can't say it if it's not true, so I'll just narrow it down for myself. Fuck it.
Yeah, absolutely. Why the fuck not, I guess.
Of course, like we know the actual reason that that's like against the rules for like the human side to use the red like that, but still. Don't worry, just like you, I followed the rules as a player.
じゃあ、始めようかしら。
It is kind of fucked up that she's criticizing him for stopping thinking when he's only been through like 4 or 5 of these loops for like literally like 10 days is what it is. And she's done this. She went through several hundred fragments to find the answer.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? He hasn't been here that long. He doesn't have that kind of time yet. I'm sure he would also have solved it in 2 years if he had that amount of time. Well, shall we begin?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he could have. Granted, I think her criticism is he never pursued it.
True, absolutely. Like And that's true, he did. But it's also, like, not super important. Like,
Maybe?
to his goal, it's not very important, as far as he knows.
Yeah, because my way of thinking is solving the epitaph saves you from going explode, or whatever is happening to the island where somebody will die remotely.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you get the answer to that, and get the answer to, oh, this is what's going on, you can look deeper. But he's not thinking like that. He's very laser focused on just these 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
ここじゃ狭いわ。海の上で話しましょう。
It's cramped here. Why don't we talk at sea?
オッケー。酔わないでね、バトラー。
Okay, don't get queasy, Battler.
Are you about to just float them all above the ocean?
海って何の話だ？
What do you mean sea? Right after I thought the world had turned pitch black, I was struck by a strange floating sensation. It must have felt like suddenly having the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pitfall. That's not the sea I was thinking of, but this is probably the Sea of Fragments. When I looked, I saw that the 2 witches and I had been thrown into a pitch-black universe. The space was cloaked in endless darkness in every direction, and it felt like an infinite expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Yeah, so this is how you examine the fragments. Instead of a universe, some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean where countless glittering fragments drifted. No, it's fragments with a capital F. Whoa.
酔うなと言ったのに。
Didn't she tell you not to get queasy? We don't have that kind of control over our own bodies, Berncastel.
Yeah, you're
If we did, I could just decide not to have a migraine. What the fuck?
Yeah, which would be awesome, but no, we do not have that power. If you want to give me that power, please.
重力の概念が欲しいなら、自分で生み出しなさい。
If you want the concept of gravity, just create it in yourself, okay?
ほら、落ち着いて私たちを見て。
Lambda Delta as Battler's witch teacher is not. It was not on my bingo card.
No,
not what I expected.
I expect Berncastel actually knows this. I'm just being a shit.
Oh yeah, it's just jokes, Squid.
Yeah, no, this is jokes. I know that Berncastel knows this.
After all, they were all once human.
Presumably.
They know that you can't just decide not to be sick.
Yeah. I don't know about Lambda Delta, though, because I don't know where the fuck she came from.
I would assume she was once human, considering all the other witches that we know of were also once human.
Yeah. At the very least, they've submitted themselves to human limitations in the past.
Yeah. Come on, calm down and look at us. Come on, don't we look like we're just fine?
足元に大地があって重力に支配されていると信じなさい。
Yeah, I don't know if I could believe that, like, my feet are on the ground, but I would look at them and be like, okay, then I should be also, like, standing on this water bullshit. Just fine. Believe that your feet are on the ground and that you're being controlled by gravity.
そうすれば安定できるから。
If you do that, you'll find your equilibrium.
She's right. The 2 witches were standing normally as though their feet were planted on a transparent piece of glass. I was the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. Gosh, that would be cool if not for the splat.
Yeah.
When I saw that they were just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself that there was a place to stand here, and that I had to calm down. There you go. You just did a magic.
Congratulations.
お上手お上手。あんたの名前は
Very good, very good. What's your name?
後ろ宮バトラー。他の誰に見えるよ。
Who else do I look like?
オッケー。自分の意志、感情、姿や形を決して喪失してはダメよ。
That is not a warning you want to hear when you're in a place that looks like this, dude.
Yeah, but it's fucking true.
Whoa.
Fuck. It's very true, though.
Okay, no matter what, you mustn't lose your will. Emotions are for.
ここは海なんだからね。
After all, this is the ocean.
海を喪失すれば永遠の深淵に落ちて海の藻図よ。
If you lose your purpose, you'll fall into the depths of eternity and become a scrap of ocean seaweed.
気をつけなさい。
I would call it driftwood, but sure. Be careful. Fuck, astral driftwood.
Ooh, that's actually pretty good, yeah. See, there is so much metaphysical shit that I love from Umineko. I didn't...
How... Maybe that's Iliaster. Astral driftwood is the matter of the stars.
I didn't get what Lambda Delta was saying, but I tried to calm down for the time being. Basically, don't forget who the fuck you are. And if you have an existential crisis, don't have it here.
Yeah, have it somewhere not here.
Yeah, like, at that point, just literally jump into a fragment. And have your existential crisis in there.
That way you don't get fucking lost, at least.
Yeah. At worst, you just start thinking you're from that fragment.
Yeah, which is honestly fine.
Yeah, like, it's not great, but it's not the worst of outcomes. Seem to be regaining my balance the more I calm down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling like I was falling forever began to disappear. Still felt strange, like struggling to stand upright at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before. Oh, fuck. Just thinking of, like, trying to walk at the bottom of a pool.
I have never had trouble with that.
Oh, I've never done it, but, like, that kind of sluggish feeling.
始めるわ。碑文の謎を解くためのかけらを紡ぐ。
And let's begin. I'll weave a fragment for solving the riddle of the epitaph.
Fuck.
Are you actually going to give us all the clues before you tell us the answer? Please.
That would actually be pretty cool.
Okay, you know what? Actually, before we get into this, let's have a bathroom break. It has been 2 hours and 15 minutes. It is time. Bio break.
Yes,
We'll
it
be
is
back
time.
shortly.
Yeah, it is actually a very good time for bio break, so I'll save just in case something fucks up while I'm not at the computer. And then
All right.
We will be back, folks.
Yeah, back in like 5 minutes. We're back. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, so...
I got a couple pieces of toast while I was up. Because, I didn't eat anything.
Yeah, I had a peanut butter sandwich myself.
Food. Yeah, I would have actually, like, eaten properly before the stream, but I just did not have time to make anything.
That's fair.
I guess I could have made some eggs, but like that's all I really had time for. There's just not a lot in the fridge right now that's easy to make. Like there's a bunch of like fruit and thawed meat, but like I wasn't gonna make myself a steak for breakfast before stream, you know.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Granted, that is actually fairly quick to make, but also, yeah, that's a bit. That'd be a bit much for me, personally.
I wouldn't mind eating a steak for breakfast, but like, I can't eat steak with my teeth.
Nah, fair.
People keep telling me, they're like, oh yeah, the steak's really tender. And I'm just like, no, it's not. It's very chewy. That's what it is. It's not tender, it's chewy.
Yeah.
You can't chew shit like that.
Yeah, no. There are tender cuts of steak, but they're not the ones people talk about usually.
So like whenever I make steak, I usually make it in a way that like makes it like forces it to be tender, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you do. Brain.
Yes.
Oh, something that I'd like to do is, in a pressure cooker, cook, like 2 pounds boneless, skinless chicken thighs and and salsa verde.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cook it for about 15 minutes. If it ends up burning to the bottom of your pot, try adding like a 1/4 cup of water to it as well.
Instead of that, I would put like a teaspoon or two of olive oil in it.
That could also work.
Because that'll get up all over the meat and everything and keep it from sticking to stuff. And it'll also make it taste a little better because olive oil.
That is fair.
It's what food craves.
Though it depends if it's the salsa verde that's sticking or the chicken.
That's true. I suppose that depends on like what kind of salsa verde you got. All right.
Yeah, because I
is it really thick? Is it sort of watery, or is it like mostly just like fucking chunks of stuff? Because people make their salsa very differently depending on where they are and what they like.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there's different varieties in even my fucking Midwest grocery store.
You got the frog in your throat.
Yeah, but either way, that's something I enjoy making just because it is very easy.
You'd think like with me growing up in Texas and eating a bunch of Mexican food all the time, that I would like salsa. I fucking don't. I don't like salsa.
Have you had salsa verde though?
Yeah, I got some in the fridge right now. It's my housemate's though.
Ah, fair enough. See, for me, salsa and salsa verde are very different. I'm not a huge fan of, like, red salsa, but I like salsa verde.
Let's see. I wonder what it is in these things that I, Yeah, it's the chili peppers, really.
Oh, it is the chili... Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you telling me about you and chili peppers. That's right.
They make me sick for whatever reason.
Yeah, fair enough.
So anytime I make something spicy, I have like dried out chilies.
Yeah.
Or powder.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, like honestly, at that point, like make a spicy Worcestershire sauce or something to cook the chicken in.
Yeah. What I would do if I was trying to make something like that. Well, first off, I would chop the chicken up into cubes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For whatever reason, I like it like cubed in chunks rather than like in bunches and like mess.
Yeah, I do that when I'm not feeling lazy.
Well, first off, I would probably, to make chicken stock to use for later, I'd probably boil the chicken in some water with a bunch of seasoning to make the stock.
Yeah.
And then because the chicken's pretty hard to cut properly when it's still raw, like most meat is, which is why you got the big fucking knives. And I'm just too fucking lazy to stand there and work at it,
Oh,
so
yeah.
what I do is I'll like half cook the meat and then cut it up after that.
Okay, that makes sense. Because, yeah, that's honestly what would make sense. Hell, they even sell, like, things that'll, after you cook chicken, shred it for you.
Mm-hmm. But I do everything manually because I'm old in a younger body, apparently. I'm like 150 years old. I don't even use, like, pressure cookers or anything. I was started using a rice cooker, like, last year. Like, within the last 8 months or so.
Yeah. Though, honestly, like, I will say, because you mentioned stew before, like, the most tender beef stew I've ever had was out of a pressure cooker.
Yeah, but see, I make my stew over the course of like 12 hours. So it doesn't, like, the pressure cooker doesn't matter at that point.
Well, yeah, no, it doesn't matter at that point, but you'd actually get some fucking rest.
True, but I'm stubborn. Like, I even do like all my art manually. I don't use any of the fancy fucking tools in the digital art shit. I should, but I don't. Like, it's there to make my life easier, literally, but I just don't. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm not picking up from you. I am
Please do not. Learn how to use blur mass so you don't have to blur it manually like I do. Oh, God. Fuck's sake.
Bern Costello opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, all of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving trails behind them. The expression planetarium might have been even more fitting than I thought. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly one after another. No, it felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed.
Conjure yourself a chair, Valor.
Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments swirled around Bern Castell. It looked almost like she had created her own solar system with her as the sun. Ooh, that would be a nice visual. That solar system surrounding Bern Castell grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of the satellite fragments zoomed right past me. Yep, past fragments. And those fragments passed right by me. It felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me. I could feel it in my gut. These fragments were probably like crystals of memories.
Not a past fragment.
Hmm?
At least one of those was not a past fragment.
Yeah, one of those was a future fragment, yeah.
Or just like something that's happened that we didn't get to see or won't get to see.
Hmm?
You never know.
What did you spot?
Kaden was talking about the Master's rules. Which that may actually be when he was killed in the first one, I think it was.
Yeah, it was the first one. Yeah, I think that's just what he was doing in the first one when he got killed.
Yeah, but we didn't get to see that, so
these fragments were
it was too big for me to read immediately because it zoomed by way too fast.
Yeah.
They aren't memories; they're fragments of worlds. Well, I guess they might feel like memories to you. Then let's begin. Let's start with this fragment.
One of the satellites in the solar system was slowly sucked in towards Bern Castell as its orbit around her decayed. It drew a spiral as it approached her and came to rest on the palm of her outstretched hand. Then it shone brightly, painting over the world with pure white. Flashbang!
The beloved home of old definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past that father held dear was his years as a boy.
Yep. You didn't specify that. I don't think, though it's been a while. Like you said the first line, it won't betray our expectations.
これは第3のゲームでエヴァおばさんが碑文の謎を解く直前にしていた自分の中の魔女とやらとの考察だ。
I remember that. This is when in the third game, Auntie Ava was just about to solve the riddle of the epitaph and was thinking it over with this witch insider or whatever.
そうよ。そしてこの考察から彼女は正解を紡ぎ出した。
That's right, and from these thoughts she made her way to the correct answer.
1 second.
Yep.
つまり正解へ至る重要なヒントを示すかけらということ。
In other words, this fragment shows vital hints for reaching the truth.
Okay, so you are starting to give us the hints. So, yeah, it has to do with where he was raised as a boy. So, that's one hint.
つまりこの推理は間違っていないということなのよ。
In other words, it means that this theory is not mistaken.
Which she can say and look at as a player, because players are allowed to see the fragment. She just can't specify that in red. She can just speculate and go, oh, okay, she found it, so obviously this bit of her thinking made sense.
Yeah, somewhere along the way she came to the right answer with this as a basis.
つまり懐かしき故郷とやらば何かの比喩でも何でもなく
So you're saying we should assume this beloved home of old isn't a metaphor or anything like that.
じいさまが少年時代を過ごした故郷と読み取っていい
But the place grandfather actually spent his youth?
そういうこと。そして少なくともそれは小田原ではないわ。
That's right, and at the very least, it isn't Odawara.
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分。
Okay, yeah, I remember her saying this. Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that this home father loved was Odawara.
それについては多分兄弟たちは全員同じ場所で認識してるわね。
I believe all of us siblings are thinking of the same place.
そうね。多分小田原じゃないわね。聞いた話ではとても楽しい少年時代だったそうよ。
Yes, this probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
そうだなエヴァおばさんたち兄弟は小田原であることを否定していた
That's right, Auntie Ava and her siblings said that it wasn't Odawara.
それどころかみんなはじいさまの故郷がどこか察しているようだった
Not only that, it looks like everyone had a good idea where grandfather's home was.
そう。そして意地悪なことに、それがどこなのかはどのかけらでも語っていない。
Give me a couple minutes. My housemate's being a shitbag.
Yeah, no problem. But okay, I am glad, just talking to the audience here, I am glad they're going over exactly what hints were relevant before they give us the answer. Because I would be a bit mad if they just gave us the answer to this. Especially because the American audience is absolute, or English speaking. Well, non-Japanese speaking in general. Just we're not going to necessarily get this. Though it is interesting she's saying that they were not spoken of in any of the fragments. I would have expected that somebody sometime would have mentioned, hey, this place. That's at least a start to go, okay, this isn't the metaphor for a family tree or anything. And presumably, it'd probably be wherever he was before the earthquake, though, I would imagine. You could probably start to narrow it down from there. Anyway, we'll be right back, folks, just to give Kat a few more minutes here to get back, folks.
Right, and annoyingly, the actual location isn't spoken of in any of the fragments.
That's true. All we can say is it's...
Like I said, I literally don't have enough information.
Yeah. All we can say is it's not the place that got rocked by the earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
そりゃそうでしょ。それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。
Of course, if I told you that, there'd be too many hints.
難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。
If a riddle isn't hard, there's just no point to it.
There's a difference between hard and no fucking information. Unless Berncastell's about to say why it's trivial to a Japanese person.
あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
That's a hint too. A comment on the difficulty of a riddle is not a hint about the riddle's solution. Fucking nerd.
Just where is this home of grandfathers? Can't even start if we don't know that.
始まらないから思考を停止したわけ？
Erika, I'm gonna shove these scissors in your ear.
Okay, so it's technically solvable, but much higher difficulty than the core mystery. And that I've seen new players solve it and was incredulous. Yeah, that's fair.
住み得た場所である以上、それは有限の範囲内だわ。
You mean you couldn't start, so you stopped thinking, since it had to be a place where you could have lived, the number of possibilities is limited.
It's limited, but not by that much.
まあ、ここが一番辛いところなんだけれど。
Well, this is the toughest part.
Alright.
お前は確か解ける謎である限り絶対に解ける魔女だった。
You were the witch who could certainly solve any riddle that can be solved, weren't you?
つまりお前はその有限の範囲内。
So you took those limited possibilities.
地球上のすべてからじい様の住んでそうな土地をすべて想定して考えたのか。
In other words, everywhere on the Earth and considered every single piece of land that grandfather might have lived on?
そうしてもいいけれど、それじゃあ時間がいくらあっても足りないわ。
That would work too, but that way no amount of time would be enough.
だからさらにヒントを加味して答えを絞る必要があった。
So I needed to take some more hints into consideration to bring out the answer.
Yeah, at the very least, it had to be a place in Japan, not where the earthquake took place, that has a river.
Because I do remember that we did make a good go of it when we first saw it. You know, we just stopped to look up at like sweetfish and sweetfish rivers in Japan, etc. So.
Yeah.
Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down. If the word sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it forever? I fucking hate your pun bullshit. I just... Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines.
Okay.
Like a path or something like that. I assume that it's like the underground path that he's talking about here. The Sweetfish River running through his home of old. However, this river isn't truly a river. Ava thought of something else. Something that could be linked with a river.
Right? Sure, but if it isn't a river, then why the sweetfish?
Think, a river that runs through the home of old. But it isn't a river with water running down it. Something that can be likened to a river.
Well, the main thing I think of is time. And like you said, a path.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be... It could also be tectonic plates?
Doubt it. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved home of old.
エヴァは故郷がどこか分かってたからアユというヒントを切り捨てて考えたけど
Ava knew where his old home was, so she ignored the sweet fish hint.
故郷を知らない私たちにはヒントになりうるかもしれないわ。
However, since we don't know where it is, this could be a hint for us.
Yeah, that's fair. I racked my brains too much over the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint if you ask me. Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. What are these Sweetfish?
Yeah, no shit, that one.
If the river isn't a literal river, then of course Sweetfish probably don't mean the kind of fish that swims.
そうね。その上ローザに至ってはアユに大した意味はないとまで言い捨ててるわ。
Yeah, and on top of that, Rosa tossed it aside, saying that sweet fish weren't that significant.
その一方でエヴァはアユである必要はないが立派なヒントだったとも言っている。
And on the other hand, Ava said that it wasn't important for them to be sweet fish, but that it was still an excellent hint.
つまりアユは何かを想起させる鍵だということ。
In other words, the sweet fish is a key to make you think of something else.
その何かが他の単語であっても想起できるなら、エヴァの言うアユである必要はないがという言葉につながってくる。
If that something is a different word, but a word that makes sweet fish makes you think of, then Ava's line about how it probably didn't have to be sweet fish makes sense. Fucking makes me think of sugar, but whatever.
From these thoughts, Auntie Ava formed some theory, went to the archive, looked through some kind of book, and verified that she was right. In short, Auntie Ava formed some theory about the true nature of this Sweetfish River running through his home of old. And she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. Well, at that point, it would be an atlas, maybe, or a family tree? Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly.
Good thinking. The epitaph continues on, saying, as you travel down it, you will see a village. At that point in time, Ava hadn't yet solved the 3 lines starting with this one.
But it's village, what does it mean? Is there a village if you go down this river? All those pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all were right before my eyes, starting to snap into place all by themselves. Couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really alright for this to be the answer? Really? Really? So, if we figure out what the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old is, that leads us directly to understanding the as you travel down it, you will see a village stuff. And then we get the key to the Golden Land.
Correct, and we know that because even Ava didn't know what the village meant until she checked the book.
の書物って何なんだ?
Man, what is this book?
でもこれは全然6文字じゃないわ。
This isn't 6 characters at all.
これが答えに間違いないって断言できるけど、これは全然6文字に満たない。
I'm absolutely sure that this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all.
また思考停止ならそれを6文字で読める方法を考えなさい。
Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters.
Fair enough.
思いつかないなら調べなさ
If you can't think of one, then research
い。
it.
きっと答えはある。
There has to be an answer.
それを疑ってはダメ。
You must not doubt that.
それが信じられないなら、とっとと泣き寝入りでもして、へそでもかいて死んじゃえば。
God damn it, I thought we were done with this.
Not yet.
Before this stream, I thought we were done with that fucking pun!
Nope.
Ah! If you can't believe that, why don't you cry yourself to sleep and then just give up and die forever?
1、2、3、4、5、6。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6文字。
Oh!
What? What are you screaming for?
見つけた。これが黄金鏡への。
I'm gonna replay the line after we get through it.
鍵。
Oh, 6 characters, the Golden Lands key.
エヴァは黄金鏡への鍵を見つけたわ。
Okay, listen very carefully to the opening thing she says.
6文字。
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Roku. G.
これが
So somehow he was already connected to Rokenjima. So the 6 characters were a very, very interesting hint.
Yeah, I just straight up did not hear that the first time. I don't know why. Maybe it was too low or what's going on, but I definitely did not hear that because I'm usually listening very closely to the dialogue.
But yeah, just didn't hear that. I get it. It's like, oh, that snapped into place.
Then Ava found the key to the Golden Land.
ああ、そしてその鍵というのは6文字の何か。言葉か数字か文字列なんだ。
Yeah, and this key was some kind of word, number, or string of characters, 6 characters long.
Yeah, I even had to press my headphones into my ears to hear it that time when you like warned me that it was coming even. So I definitely did not hear it the first time.
Yeah, no, which is fair. But I did it, and I'm like, oh.
そういうこと、鍵の正体が6つの文字だと分かれば、第一の番の意味がだいぶ分かってくる。
That's it. If we know that the key's true identity is 6 characters, the meaning of the first Twilight changes drastically.
Oh, yeah, and then remove the 6, but remove the 6 from what?
第一の番に鍵の選び師6人を生贄に捧げよう。
On the first Twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key.
鍵の選び師
The 6 chosen by the key.
6文字
6 characters. In other words, it means on the first Twilight, sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key.
I can't decide if that's like fucking like metafiction
この
or
鍵が
like linguistic.
特定の6人を指し示す。
This key points towards a certain specific group of 6 people.
ある特定の6つを指し示す。
Because like in English, the word for like a character in a story and a character as in a letter are the same, but I don't know if they are in Japanese, so I can't tell.
Yeah, I don't know. No, we should say it points to a certain specific group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices, for example, it could be an anagram. An anagram? Do you mean a word game? Also, the fact that you don't know about word games, like, come on. Or that you don't care about word games, I should say. That's right, Kiri theorized this already way back then. On the second Twilight, it says those who remain. Which means that at the very least that something has a finite number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with remaining characters after the 6 characters are removed. In other words, on the first Twilight, we take a list of characters that's longer than 6, kill the 6 that are the key, and then do something with the characters that remain.
That's right, but like Kiri said, what should we kill the characters from? We don't know this longer string of characters that we're supposed to be killing from.
Yeah. My 2 guesses are either the characters that compose Key to the Golden Land, or Rokenjima.
I think those are good guesses.
On the first Twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. On the first Twilight. In other words, by the time we reach the first Twilight, some string of characters already exists. But the first Twilight only has 4 characters. Are we meant to read it differently? Are we meant to read it differently? If we read it in English like Grandfather would, maybe the first Twilight or something like that? First night?
Good. That idea of yours is quite insightful, but with that Battler. Don't praise Battler, he doesn't deserve it. We can interpret the 6 sacrifices chosen by the key as a string of 6 characters. I think that's a clever way of thinking outside the box. After all, key-shaped objects are not the only types of keys.
I also thought of the possibility that it's an anagram. Come to think of it, you did say something like that before. But in that case, what do we remove the 6 characters from? That's right, since we're removing 6 characters from it, whatever it must be at least 6 characters long. Or you're removing fucking Roku from Rokujima. how could we read it in a way that gives us more than 6 characters?
お父様のセンスならやっぱり英語なのかしら。
We follow father's sensibilities, I guess it probably is English after all.
行き詰まるようなら先に第2の番に進みヒントを探してみましょう。
Looks like we're getting stuck. Why don't we move on to the second Twilight and look for hints?
Fair enough.
残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。
Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close.
残されし者は6文字を抜いた後に残った文字だと考えてよいでしょう。
We can probably think of those who remain as the remaining characters after the first have been removed.
となると、寄り添う2文字とはどういう意味になるんだろうね。
In that case, what does it mean by 2 characters that are close? I would assume close in the alphabet if it's English. If it's still Japanese, then it's close in appearance.
GH, maybe?
Yeah?
そうか。わかったぜ。つまりはこういうことだ。
I see, I get it, so that's what this is about. For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters. 1 through 9. And let's say that the 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, you get 4 and 5 then.
Okay, we erase the aforementioned 6 characters from the string, and we get 2, 4, and 5.
2と4と5が残るな。
So 2, 4, and 5 are
それ
left.
でどうなる？
So what?
4と5寄り添ってる。
Oh, 4 and 5 are close.
そうか、わかったで。
Yes, I get
つ
Eh.
it.
まり寄り添いし2人っちゅうんは。
So by the 2 who are
Literally
close,
next to
it
each other,
means-
then yeah, okay.
そうさ。
Yep,
2と4は間が空いているが、4と5は隣り合っている。
yep, there's a gap between 2 and 4, but 4 and 5 are right next to each other. So whatever's close to them in the string, okay.
寄り添いし2人だ。
They're the 2 who are close.
ぐーっとお見事です。
So then it would be 4, 2, 5 in this case. Good. Well done, Battler.
引き裂くという意味が4と5も潰せという意味なのか
I can't tell whether to tear apart means to eliminate 4 and 5,
4と5の間を開けと言っているのかは分かりかね
or
ま
to
す
put a
が
gap between them,
そ
but
の
I think that's a
着
good
眼が良いと
observation.
思います。
Yeah. Once you know,
It says those two that remain shall tear apart the ones that are close, so I would like put the 2 in between. That's me personally.
yeah, I
I
would,
don't know.
yeah, I would put a gap there, but I can at least see where they're coming from.
なら第3の番の残されし者は誉れ高き我が名を称えよってのは何だと思う？
And what do you think about the third Twilight? Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Now that's either Kinzo or Beatrice. So with Kinzo, it's probably something related to Goldsmith.
It's also 5 letters, at least in English.
文字遊びである可能性が高い以上、それもまた言葉遊びの可能性があります。
Since there's a good chance that the epitaph is a word game, there's a possibility that this part is also a word game of
残さ
sorts.
れた文字は誉れ高き我が名を称えよ。
The characters that remain shall praise my noble name.
難しいね。どういう意味だろう。
That's tough. What could it mean?
どなたかわかる方は
Have any of you figured it out?
You are so smug, Erika.
私は多分わかっちゃいました。
I think I have.
何教えなさいよ。
What is it? Tell me.
Eager, aren't you?
Yeah?
これもアナグラムか。
Is this also an anagram?
またしてもグッと。
Good once again.
バトラさんはなかなか発想が柔軟です。
Battler, you're a pretty flexible thinker.
When he actually tries.
Yeah.
アナグラムって文字遊びって意味だよね。
By anagram, you mean playing with letters, right?
ということは
That means...
つまり残った文字を入れ替えると何かの単語ができるという意味じゃないかしら。
I would guess they mean that you can make some kind of word by changing the order of the remaining characters.
だな。とすると、ちょいと勇み足な仮説だが。
Yeah, if so, I might be getting ahead of myself a bit with this theory.
俺は第一の番に間引く大元の文字数は11文字じゃないかと想定する。
But I'm going to assume the original list of characters that the first Twilight is taken out of is 11 characters long. Okay.
It can't be first night then,
Yeah.
because that's 10 letters.
Yeah, it can't be Rokenjima if it's being transliterated to English.
またしてもお見事。私も同じ見解でした。
Well done again. I reached the same conclusion. It can't be Kizo's literal name because that's 10 letters. You sure, Mia? I think that's 10
Why is
letters.
that? How can you be
Yes,
sure there are 11 characters?
生贄を一人殺すというのは、文字を一文字潰すことを意味すると思われます。
Killing a single sacrifice appears to mean eliminating a
第
single
二の番の
character.
引き下げをとりあえず2文字の間を開けという意味で解釈した場合なら11文字。
If we interpret the teleport of the second Twilight to mean adding a gap between two characters, then we would expect there to be 11 characters in total. I do not see where you're getting that
2
from.
文字を潰せという意味なら13文字になると想定されます。
If tear apart means to eliminate those two characters, then we would expect 13.
Okay.
Since a lot of the shit has been anagrams, like I've been like put the 2 in between the 4 and the 5 in that case, right?
Yeah,
But
let
I
me
don't see
see.
where they're getting the 11 characters from.
Okay, if we're going to create a gap, then it's probably Goldsmith. Because those are 2 separate words, rather than Beatrice, which is 1 name. Because the remaining characters praise my name. You know, praise my noble name.
Yeah, but Goldsmith is also only 9 characters.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what we're going to get as a remainder.
Hmm. How would you get Goldsmith out of 11 characters when you eliminate 6?
Yeah, that's the question here. Okay, Quinn, I have to ask if you're still here in the chat. Is it in Japanese or is it in English?
Like, they seem to be working on the idea that it is in English, like, overall. No one challenged the idea that it was in English because of Kinzo's predilection, so...
Yeah.
I would assume that it's in English, but I just don't know what word.
Okay, so solving the epitaph does not require Japanese fluency. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so you create a gap between 2 characters. Okay, so 11 minus 6 is 5. So it needs to be 5 characters long with a gap. I'm not sure, but that at least we know I'm mentally on the right track.
なぜなら
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
that makes
thank you for the
sense.
logic. Thank you. The reason for this is from the 4th Twilight to the 8th Twilight, the word kill appears 5 times rather. Sorry.
その次の第9の番で誰も生き残れないと書かれています。
And then on the 9th Twilight, it's written that none will be left alive.
魔女が蘇るって部分をとりあえず無視するなら、
We ignore the part about the witch reviving for now.
第一の番に6文字潰し、寄り添
Golden
った
Lane is
虫を
11
割いて、
characters,
さらに
including
5
space.
文字潰したら、
Okay. I figure it meant that after eliminating 6 characters on the first Twilight, separating the characters that are close and then eliminating 5
Because I would have to
more.
assume that the string of characters is related to Rokonjima somehow, right?
There should be exactly none left.
If not within the riddle itself.
Yeah. Yeah, 6 plus 5 is 11. Characters.
I have a better title. I gotta update it. I did not know we were gonna be like doing riddle shit today, because otherwise I probably would have thought this one up.
Yeah. Just for anybody who is interested, I went with Furudo, Erika, Ace Defective.
I misread it as Ace Detective before, not Defective.
Yes.
Oh fuck. That's pretty good. New string title is Speaking in Riddles.
Fair enough. Tearing apart the two are close on the second Twilight means to kill both of them. That's 6 plus 2 plus 5 for 13. There's a chance that the word symbolizing the first Twilight was 11 or 13 characters.
実にお見事です。バトラさんもどうやら私と同じ灰色の脳細胞。
Wonderfully done. Exactly my logic. It looks like you were gifted with the same little gray cells I was, Battler.
Hey, quit it.
適当だぜ、適当。
Just doing what comes naturally, after you're forced to actually ask these questions.
Why is my game piece smarter than me?
Oh, that's kind of great. If that's what his problem is. Hang on, what the hell?
Yeah, excellent.
Oh no!
I am God, hear me roar.
My piece is pretty damn clever, isn't he? There's no room left for me to make theories. Oh, god damn it. I had a feeling.
Oh, sorry about that.
Of
You
course
weren't
you
around
did.
at this point, so I just control your piece for you. Isn't it nice how sharp I made you see?
Truly, truly, she is the Game Master's girlfriend.
Getting to control 2 PCs at once, god damn it. You look so much smarter when Bird's playing as you. Why not step down as the player and concentrate on being the piece instead?
I joined in on this game on October 5th after the first few murders. So up until that point, the piece called Me was being controlled by Bern Castell the player. Which makes it possible for Bern Castell to present her reasoning through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of part of that's already ended. Which, fair enough, yeah. However, that's probably good enough for now. This, Lady Bern Castell has gone out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. So I'll watch closely for now. And I'll try to find out what it means. Madame de Delta let it slip herself just a second ago.
Of course, if I told you that, there'd be too many hints. If a riddle isn't hard, there's just no point to it.
いけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
Uh-oh, that's a hint too. That there's a point to the riddle.
I think it might be a literal point.
You know what? Could be. That would be very funny.
This theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erika and Berg Castell's logic is extremely reasonable. That's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed. But of course, he's already dead by 1986. And in the game up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters, saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph and trying to force us to solve the riddle. Yeah, so it's possible? Okay. That's actually a good place to begin, if it was displayed after Kinzo's death. Because if that's the case... Yeah, because it was put on display shortly after Godo was taken on.
Yeah, but we also don't know the date of either of those things.
Well, it was a couple years ago.
Kinzo's death and Goda's... Yeah, I know. Kinzo's death and Goda's hiring. We don't know the dates of that. We just know that this is the second year for both of them.
Yeah, we just know it's the second year for both of them, which I think is enough to at least create this theory. Which is, they need the gold. They need the gold super badly. So, someone is orchestrating this in order to... Basically, they found the riddle somewhere else, in an old book of Kinzo's or something, and they need the answer.
Yeah, it was also hung 2 years ago too, so remember that.
Yeah, exactly. So it corresponds to when Kinzo died as well. At least on a year basis. We don't know individual months. But assuming that's correct, then it means probably obviously the person to hang up the epitaph was Kraus, because he was very focused on the gold at first. And so, of course, he wants to find the evidence for that. And get the entirety of the golds, especially assuming that he does, in fact, have the gold bar in all timelines. Which I think is a fair assumption. So Kraus put up the epitaph, and he's the one who wants people to solve it. Whether...
He would have access to the study as well to get the envelopes.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd have access to the study in the ring. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph is so confusing that, in most cases, relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol, which made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out Grandfather's last wishes? Like the theory proposed in the first game, is she really Grandfather's confidant, following his orders even after his death and trying to select a successor with the riddle of the epitaph in its stead? That would mean Beatrice really is Grandfather's trusted underling, and exactly the family alchemist she called herself in that letter. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, just because she's Kinzo's confidant does not necessarily mean that she's actually an alchemist, alright?
I mean, there's that as well, but I also meant I don't think that that's why she wants you to solve it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm just saying, like, Battler, come on, buddy. You were making a lot of leaps in logic here.
Well, that's 13 characters long.
Yeah, fair enough. But each of the gold bars is a different number on them, so you can't use that one.
Yeah.
As you can see here, the first string ends with a different letter on this one versus on the one in the middle, and the second string also ends with a different letter or number on each of them.
Anyway, after grandfather's death, Beatrice would have managed the tens of gold and taken the title of alchemist. Without ever embezzling the gold, she entrusted it all to the epitaph's riddle and waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, that meant game over? Certainly, when Auntie Ava solved the riddle in the third game, she became the only survivor and automatically the final head of the Ushiramiya family, inheriting everything. Up to this moment, no one has ever survived past October 5th except Auntie Ava, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather, the thing that drives her. You're thinking of Beatrice as too literal of an individual. Like, yes, obviously, the witch Beatrice exists. But that's not who the epitaph is from, or who's setting the time limit, in my opinion. Did grandfather give her some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph isn't solved? And she's so loyal that she faithfully carries that out? Oh boy, you are dense, boy. I must not stop thinking. Thank you. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself, think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why did she create such a confusing epitaph for us? Beatrice makes us try and solve this epitaph that we have no real chance of solving. By some lucky chance a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it. What significance does that have to her? Don't know what this miracle would be worth to Beato. Blessed you.
I would rather you didn't.
Okay. Damn you then.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Better.
Anyway, until we figure out the first Twilight, we'll have to give up on the rest. Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Yeah, you need to figure out the starting string. But that's like when you start going through the fucking riddle for phrases and like taking all the potentials.
Yep. And I'm gonna
write them down and do it by brute force if you have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them do that for us.
Yeah.
We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end we got stuck there and made no further advance.
Solving the epitaph does not require Japanese fluency, but that means it does require English fluency since it's about words. Or at least you need to know the words that they're talking about. Not fluency, but some knowledge of.
Yeah.
At least being able to read read the letters. Which is not exactly rare in Japan, but also it's got a fucked up Ryukyushi.
Yeah. Sleepy Maria. Maria let out an extra large sigh, or extra large yawn. It's caused several other people to yawn.
Weakness. They're all weak.
Ah, got
Sorry.
you. It's hard to talk about it exactly because different translations use different versions of the text that require more or less Japanese familiarity.
I see. We are not on the official translation.
Yeah, we are... Yeah, we're on the one you suggested to me after I switched programs. We had been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy.
That is
Jessica?
good to know. Does the tips page have the epitaph text?
Let me...
Maybe. I don't think we ever checked.
Let me see. Not the tips page.
Doesn't look like it.
Darn. Unfortunately not.
I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Just go ahead. I'm just gonna mute myself. Excuse me.
And since I have the menu open, I might as well save. Jessica, who had been silent and looking displeased the whole time, quickly stood up.
私はマリアと一緒に上へ行ってるぜ。
I'm going upstairs with Maria.
テレビでも見てる。
We'll watch TV or something.
そうだね。
Stop fucking sulking, Jessica.
Alright, I'll go up too.
そうだ。みんなで上でトランプでもしようか。
Hey, why don't we all play cards
If you want your
upstairs?
dad to keep his job, or keep his position at least, to solve it, and then give him the fucking ring.
Yep. When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about that big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. Judging by the clock, it would soon be 10 at night. It's already about that time you normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways.
エリカちゃんも一緒にどう？
Such a huge fucking tease.
Yeah.
Give us the goddamn answer arcs.
Yeah. Granted, we've got 3 episodes to go. On top of, you know...
Shakes fist at clouds.
Will you play with us too, Erika? Cards?
お気持ちだけで結構です。客人の分
I appreciate the sentiment.
ちょっと仕切りすぎました。
I overstepped my bounds a little, forgetting that I'm a simple guest.
今夜はおとなしく休もうと思います。
I'd like to take it easy and rest for the night.
自分が遭難者であることをすっかり忘れていましたから。
I'd almost forgotten that I was just in an accident.
まったくだぜ。とても溺れてたとは思えない元気さだ。
Seriously, you're in such high spirits, it's hard to believe you almost drowned.
若さね。
That's youth for you.
でも楽しかったわ。
Still, I enjoyed it.
あなたのおかげで推理が一層進んだ気がする。
Think we've taken a big step in our reasoning thanks to you.
もし私が黄金を見つけたら、100万円くらい分けてあげる。
I don't think that's going to be worth much to her, considering she's from a really good family, apparently.
If I find the gold, I'll let you have about 1,000,000 yen's worth. Hey, 1,000,000 yen's a million yen.
Yeah, but that's also, like, not actually as much money as it seems like.
True. Granted, 10k is 10k.
せめて気前よ
Money.
1億ぐらいドーンとは言えんのか。
Can't you at least offer the poor girl 100 million?
結構です。私に興味が
There's really no need. I'm only interested in solving the riddle.
それではこれで失礼します。
Well then, if you'll excuse
お
me.
やすみなさい。
Good night.
お
Knowing that Bergestel was running Battler on the board, it makes those same brain cells comments fucking ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, night.
あら、バトラ君は上に行かないの？
Oh, you aren't going upstairs, Battler.
俺はちょっと面白くなっちまった。
I'm getting a bit interested here.
もう少しここで考えをまとめてみますよ。
I'll think things through here just a bit longer.
第一の番を示す
I would like call the fucking main mansion and just be like, hey, Genji, Kanan, someone, bring me a fuck ton of paper.
Yeah. If I can just figure out the list of characters that marks the first Twilight, I'll bet the road before me will open up all at once. Everyone went up to the second floor one by one. Only Auntie Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. Oi! Put your cup in the sink.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Don't leave that to one person. Fucking rich people. Kyrian.
Especially not one of the hosts.
Oh.
Like part of the host family, you know?
Yeah, Kiri and some others had offered the help, but since Auntie Rosa had refused this, she was washing them all alone. Alright, she refused the help. Never mind.
I would still just, like, put my fucking thing in the sink at least, right? Like, I don't need to help wash them, but just, like,
Yeah, put
them
them
in the goddamn sink.
Yeah, either put them in the sink or put them beside. Since I'd just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone.
Yeah, this riddle we're doing word shit makes it sort of fucked up for us because we swapped through what was it, like 3 different translations.
Yeah, a little bit.
So we're just sitting here like, oh, I don't remember this being said at all.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably because it was a different translation when we heard that.
Though it could just be our fucky ass memory.
Oh yeah, there's also that.
The first Twilight.
I do not have good high hopes for being able to solve it now. Now that I've thought about that, I'm like, oh shit, no.
Well, first Twilight is 13 characters. I think. I counted that right.
If you include the space, it's 14. I don't know. If you include the space, it's 14. But I don't know if we are including the space or not.
I'm going to assume not.
Well, they did talk about putting a gap in there, so like there is a space as a character later. I don't know if the starting spaces count or not.
I don't think the starting spaces count, in my opinion. Because I don't think it counts as a new character to tear them apart. It just creates a new word to continue forwards. First Twilight, the first Twilight.
ローザおばさんはなんか思いつく文字列とか言葉あるっすか？
Auntie Rosa, have you thought of some list of characters or a word?
さあ、私には全然。
Nope, I don't have a clue.
でも第一の番じゃなくて第10の番はちょっと気になったかしら。
But instead of the first Twilight, it's the 10th Twilight that bugs me.
第10の番
10th Twilight?
何ですか？
What about it?
Hey, Quinn.
Yeah, here we go, Quinn.
On screen.
Yeah, now we have the text. Let me see.
Right, give me a second. I can go to the bathroom while. Actually, you know what? I'm also going to take a snip of that.
Keep the scene going. This will confirm it. Okay.
There we go.
On the 10th Twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. Well, the word Golden Land appears several times, right?
Epitaph.
Yes, it does.
なぜか第10の番だけ旅は終わり黄金の今日。いえ、里ね。
Okay, this one requires a little bit of Japanese. For some reason, on the 10th Twilight alone, when the journey ends, it says we reach the home of the gold, read Ogan no Kyo. No, sorry, Ogan no Sato. Anyway, you need a minute, right?
No, I already did it. That is 11 characters right there.
Yep.
Both of those are 11 characters. So, however, that's also. Fuck. So I'm not dumb. I just don't know Japanese. I'm illiterate. Awesome. That's much better.
The home kanji is separated out.
どうしてここだけ黄金の里と書かれているのか気になってね。
Can't help but wonder
I
why
just don't know how to. Oh man.
Is the one place.
Let's go to the quotes file. Let's see. Where is my quotes thing? Where'd you go? This lady is. Nope. All right, hold on a second. I gotta put my thing up so I can go through my folders real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't converted it to Markdown yet. That's why. Okay, let's see.
Again, no Santo.
Right.
Again, Kyo.
Phoenix. Child. Hi, fat boy.
Okay. All right. So, Ogon Kyo. Um, I guess we'll continue forward.
Yeah.
But okay, that explains it. You're right, no mistake. Everyone else, it says Ogankyo for Golden Land. Even though all the rest are written Golden Land, the 10th Twilight is the only one where it's different. And Home of the Gold is written instead. Wonder if the word home has some kind of special meaning.
I do not remember that last line being Home of the Gold. Like, when I saw that and I was taking the snip, I went, okay, hold on a second, this is...
Yeah. Yeah.
I do not remember this. So yeah, that... Different translation, I think.
Yeah, different translation for that. Though I do recall someone pointing out once before that it was different once.
Yeah, I just don't remember what the original one was.
Yeah, I don't remember what the original... Yeah. And that was the 07th expansion or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of special meaning. Well, if Kyosato... Hmm.
しかしバトラ君とあのエリカちゃんの子はすごいわね。
Still, you and that Erika girl are incredible.
発想が本当に柔らかい。
The way you think really is flexible. Battler, like, fuck, this feels like a backhanded compliment. You know, outside the game board.
Mm-hmm.
私なんかもうおばさんだから頭が全然回転しないのよ。
I'm already an old lady and my mind just doesn't work that
Is so
fast.
very much like some bullshit. The reason why you're not thinking that quickly anymore is because you're stressed and tired.
Yeah,
and you're not used to doing this anymore.
Yeah, like
that's all it is.
You know, fuck you, but also like, you know, start doing some Sudoku or word puzzles or things to like stretch out your brain some more.
People always bring up like the kids learn languages faster. This is not due to any physiological difference of like what people always put it up to. They always say, oh, it's neuroplasticity. No, the kids learn languages faster because they have more time to spend on learning it.
Yeah, there's more time to spend on learning it, and especially the kids who learn it through being fucking wealthy, they have a lot of time.
Yeah, and generally speaking, they're also sleeping well, eating well, and not, under super amounts of stress.
Yeah, exactly. It's
like Rosa and all these others are under.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's like you either have a lot of practice because you live in a bilingual household, or you have a lot of time on your hands just because you're a child.
Yeah, like I just straight up do not have the time and energy for language studies anymore, even though like I really fucking like studying languages.
Yeah, there's also
like at one point I was studying 4 languages at once.
Yeah, there's also the fact that adults try to learn languages often the wrong way, and that they don't allow themselves to fuck up. Or talk in baby sentences. Because sometimes you just need to talk in a baby sentence. Talk like a fucking toddler to get your point across so you can start to learn. If you are afraid of fucking up, you are unlikely to learn things.
Yep.
今日の鍵の選び師6人は6文字を間引けという意味だという推理は見事だったわ。
That theory about the 6 chosen by the key signifying 6 characters to be removed was very impressive.
そう聞かされちゃったらもうそうにしか思えないけれど。
After hearing that, I can't see it as being any other way.
それまでは全然そうだと思わなかったものね。
But before then, I didn't think it was like that at all.
自分の頭の硬さが嫌になるわ。
It's frustrating how thick-headed I am. You're stressed and also an awful person, but also stressed.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. You're stressed and an awful person.
That's not true. You have a very flexible mind, Auntie Rosa. That home discovery might be really important somewhere down the line.
See, if this was a JRPG, like a classic JRPG and not like a dark fantasy one, right now, like we would be heading towards an ending where everyone solves it together and splits the gold equally and all becomes friends at the end.
But that ain't happening.
No, absolutely not.
Hell, that's not happening at the end of Umineko. Period.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Although, granted, they did actually try to split the gold relatively equally.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what the adults are trying to do. Like, they're trying to split some part of the gold.
Home, Kyo, Sato. Some kind of special meeting. Okay, well, if we assume Kyo...
The original translation that we read might have been Land of the Gold rather than Golden Land.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Because I'm thinking that like the home thing here might be in the same way as like home country or homeland, rather than literally a house. Because it's the same words no matter what. The only difference is that they split it apart and put the no in there, which I don't remember what that's called in linguistics. But it's the same thing as and or whatever.
Yeah.
Conjunction? Something like that.
Oh, God. But yeah, that will be important later. Not at all. My mind's very stiff.
私なんて ついこの間までは第一の番というのは黄金鏡までの道中の10分の1の場所だとか思ってたんだから。
Until a few moments ago, I was thinking of the first Twilight as a place 1/10 of the way to the Golden Land.
なんすかそれ。面白そうだから聞かせてくれませんか。
What's that? Sound
Yeah, like
interesting?
hear more theories. Actually, yes, absolutely.
Mind telling me about it?
Take a desk.
Yeah, like, goddammit, Brinkitzel's actually good at this.
I don't think she's good at this. I think Battler's just bad at this.
I mean,
And
fair.
Our standards have been warped by exposure to Battler.
I mean, fair, but, you know, porque no los dos?
I think she's okay at this and also knows the scripted rules.
だって第一の番の前の行に黄金鏡へ旅立つべしって書いてあるでしょ。
After all, in the line before the first Twilight, it says he must journey to the Golden Land, right?
そして10日をかけて旅をするわけだから、これはその旅の途中のお話なんだろうと思ったの。
The next part
Yeah,
describes-
see, when we first heard the Twilights, I thought it was 10 days, like literal 10 days. So I was on the same route she is right now.
Yeah, the next part describes a journey that lasts 10 days, so I thought the first Twilight would be part of the way through that journey.
旅。確かに。
A journey, I see.
それで旅を始めて最初の一晩目のキャンプで6人を生贄に捧げて。
So you start the journey, and then on the first Twilight, you set up camp and sacrifice the 6.
ならその場所ってどこだろう。
So I thought, where is that
ス
place?
タート地点から何キロ目？
How many kilometers from the starting
なん
point?
てね。
Things like that.
内緒よ。
Don't tell anyone this, okay?
おばさんバカだから黄金の里のことずっと黄金の京って読んじゃってて。
I'm not very clever, so for a long time I read the home kanji as kyo when it's probably sato.
ほら、京って言うと京都みたいでしょ。
And kyo reminds you of Kyoto, right? It's often shortened to kyo.
だからお父様の故郷から京都までの旅路の最初の10分の1の地点に何か秘密が隠されてるんじゃないかって思って。
Interesting. Okay.
So I thought the 10-day trip might be between...
So I think my idea of it being like a home village or a home land is actually real, not...
Yeah.
Because if the city of Kyoto is written like that in kanji, which I did not know, then yeah, that makes sense. Rather than it being a literal house, it's a specific like area or region.
Yeah. And then you just kind of start to break it down and mess with the letters until you get what the actual key to the Golden Land is. Or rather, you get to the door. I thought the 10-day trip might be between Father's home and Kyoto, and there might be something hidden 1/10 of the way there.
いや、めちゃくちゃ斬新っすよ。その発想。
Are you kidding? That's a brilliant idea.
10日をかけての旅の最初の一番目の場所。
First Twilight as the first stop on a 10-day journey.
そこの地名が鍵か。
The name of that
Yeah.
place might be the key.
それを知るにはスタート地点とゴール地点がわからないとね。
Well, you would assume that the end point is Rokenjima, right?
Yeah, you would assume...
Somewhere here, because he would not like store his gold somewhere like anyone could stumble on out in the world.
Yeah.
He would put it somewhere where he had control, like absolute control over it, which it would be on Rokenjima and nowhere else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you just put like a 10-day journey, like radius all around in every direction, and like pick out the options where you could relax on.
Oh, yeah, it's just the tips side are blank entirely.
スタート地点は分かってるの。
I know the start
お父
point.
様が懐かしむ故郷は分かってる。
I know the home father would call
お
beloved.
父様は少年時代をとても遠方で過ごされ
Father really did spend his youth a long way away.
でも問題はゴールの黄金鏡ね。
The problem is the
So-
goal, it's Golden Land. So,
with that,
so
with
Rosa...
this 10-day journey,
Yeah.
I think what you do is you just like cut the line into 10 segments, because there's no way to know exactly how long it would take to travel that distance normally over
Yeah.
10 days.
Yeah, unless you were...
Like how much you could do each day.
Yeah, unless you were assuming, like, you know, just converting miles to traditional walking distance or something.
Yeah. I would try it with 10 kilometers first, and then 10 days from
Yeah.
start point wherever she is thinking to Roken.
But I think the important part is Rosa starts from the beginning. We start from the end.
Mm-hmm.
We know where the Golden Land probably is, which is Rokenjima, so we use that to figure out where we begin.
Yeah, this is my problem with this riddle to begin with. I don't know where the start point is, and I'm not sure it's possible for me to know.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but I think what we do is we do the math problem backwards.
Yeah.
And thus we discover what the key even is.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the start the 10-day radius on Rokenjima, and then
Does
spin
that
it
really
around and
mean?
find which ones you match up with.
I don't know that. My theory gets us nowhere. I've been stuck at this spot for a long time. But after listening to your reasoning today, I've realized what an embarrassing mistake I've been making. No, I think that's still an interesting idea.
I wonder if this is still Battler's personality and everything, and like the ideas are just being sort of nudged into him by Bern Castell, or if she's actually just straight up controlling him.
I think it's probably a nudge.
Yeah, I think it's probably the former, considering like the behavior of all the other pieces that we've seen.
Yeah, all the pieces behave as if they are themselves. They can be manipulated or ordered, but they still act separately. Like, the piece Beatrice is still a piece.
Mm-hmm.
And can interact with herself and is a separate person. And actually acts quite differently.
Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah.
Place reached at the very first twilight. Believe it or not, I think you might solve this one easily, Battler. If you do solve it with your auntie's hint, share a little with me, okay? Even 5% would be great. Hey, valid.
Yeah, absolutely valid.
I mean, fuck you, but also, like, yes.
Get me for your work.
Promise me. She gave me a wink and a smile which almost made my heart jump a little, even though she was my aunt. Fucking... We are not in Alabama. No, captioner, I don't believe that, Cat said let's group.
Yeah, absolutely. I did not, in fact, say that.
As I helped her wash the coffee cups, I kept pondering the epitaph's riddle silently. Okay, are you gonna put the riddle up again? No.
Of course not.
After I finished helping Auntie Rosa, and went into the corridor on my way to the bathroom, I saw Erika unlocking the door to her room on the way there. Your room is on the second floor, right? I was sure you'd gone upstairs and fallen asleep by now.
I was just searching for something. Thought it might be here.
Searching for something? Probably the library. Erika unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the archive. The distance between the bookshelves was too small for this to be called a library room.
Fuck you, small libraries matter.
This was obviously a room made for storing books, not reading them. So, you're searching for a book?
Bern Castell just talking to herself right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
it's giving real like DM vibes, just like the NPCs talking to each other.
Yeah.
Fuck. Not necessarily a book, but well, reference material.
どうしてもしたい調べ物がありまして。
There's something I simply have to look up.
Hey,
Oh, sorry.
I already read the first half. Even what the fuck?
I don't know.
What was that one?
I fucking have no clue other than I was distracted.
碑文の謎に関する探し物か
You're looking for something having to do with the Epitaph's riddle?
まだ諦めてなかったとは首相なこったな
Pretty admirable that you haven't given up yet.
200億の黄金
She's tried for less than an hour, dude. Come on.
I guess 20 billion yen is pretty enticing. I hadn't given up either. Apparently we were both bad at giving up.
まさか私にとって興味があるのは謎解きだけ。
You're joking. I'm only interested in riddle
黄
solving.
金を求めるのは推理が正しかったことの証明が欲しいからだけです。
I'm only looking for the gold because I want proof that my reasoning was correct.
Alright, give me the gold when you're done.
Yeah, right? So hand it over, bitch.
仮に見つけても猫ババなんてしませんので。
Oh, okay.
安心を。
I don't think you could pocket 20 billion yen in gold. Girl, I don't think your pockets are that big. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Not a Fallout New Vegas character. Come on. Which part did I read already? Fuck it. I'm only looking for the gold because I want to prove my reasoning was correct. Even if I found it, I wouldn't pocket it for myself, so don't worry. I got distracted by my own fucking joke.
She immediately
God damn it.
dismissed the idea, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. My first impression of her had been she was a bit of a weird one, and it looked like I hadn't been wrong.
Battler, I don't think she's weird. She's from a wealthy family as far as you know, dude. Like, come on. She probably doesn't fucking need the gold.
She doesn't need it, but 20 billion
Also
yen
need
is
the
20
rich.
billion yen.
I mean, I need the gold. Gimme.
Erika started searching for the book she was after, slowly going around the
碑文の
bookshelves.
謎解きなら俺もまだ挑戦中だぜ
I'm also in the middle of trying to solve the
あ
epitaph.
そうそうさっきローザおばさんに第一の番のヒントになるかもしれない面白い話を聞いたぜ
Oh yeah, just a second ago I heard something interesting from Monty Rosa, which might be a hint about the first Twilight.
伺います。
May I ask what it was?
Erika asked this without stopping her search or even turning her to face me.
第一の番にの前の行に鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いうんぬんってのがあったろ
In the first line before the first Twilight, it says something like, whoever obtains the key must do so-and-so, right?
鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いて黄金鏡へ旅立つべし。
You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land.
ふうもう暗記したのかよ
Whoa, you've already got it memorized?
さすがだな
Guess I shouldn't be
そ
surprised.
れがどうかしたんですか？
And what about that line?
はあ
Right.
黄金鏡へ旅立つべしだろ
Let's journey to the Golden Land, it
ロー
says.
ザおばさんは第10の番すなわち10日をかけて懐かしき故郷から黄金鏡へ向けて旅に出る
Apparently this made Aunt Rosa picture setting off on a journey from the beloved home of old to the Golden Land, a journey lasting until the 10th
とい
Twilight,
うことを連想したらしい
or in other words, 10 days.
実はそれは私も気づいてました。10日かかる旅路の1日目にたどり着く場所。
Actually, I already noticed that myself. The place you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey.
そこから生贄を捧げる。
That's where you offer the sacrifices from.
ああローザおばさんもまさにそれを想像した
Yeah, that's exactly what Aunt Rosa thought of.
面白い推理だと俺も思う。
I also think it's an interesting theory.
10日の旅の初日にたどり着く場所。
The first place you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey.
その土地、もしくは地名が鍵になるんじゃねえかってな。
That bit of land, or else the place's name, might be the key.
地名が鍵になるのではないかという推測は私もしています。
I've also been speculating that the name of the place might be the key.
だから資料が見たいんです。
That's why I'm looking for a reference book.
推測を確信に変えるために。
I want to turn this from speculation into certainty.
Yeah, alright, Witch of Certainty.
あんた、探し物は何なんだ?
What is it that you're looking for? Then Erika's hand suddenly stopped, and then she slowly pulled it out. Then, as she dusted it out, she finally looked at me and spoke.
Got a knife, run! An atlas.
Yeah, of course. Oh, burn is miracles, not certainty. That's right, Witch of Miracles. Certainty is Lambda Delta. I don't know why I mix them up like that.
I'll admit that I don't really see a difference between miracles and certainty. Because if you can cause a miracle to happen, then you are essentially making a certain outcome certain. It's just, you know, same shit. I don't know. We've managed to see to make it through the first day. Look, you shitbags. At least tell me the fucking starting point so I can, like, do this myself. Come on.
It's easier to square with her personality when you use her other title, the witch who knows that miracles don't exist.
Okay. I don't even know how you turn that into an epithet in English. Like, that's too many words for a proper epithet in English.
Yeah. But of course, it works in Japanese.
Yeah, because that's probably like fucking 3 words in Japanese. I know how it works.
Ah, I was hoping for details about their title. Oh.
Yep,
also
okay,
known as
go.
The Witcher, yeah. Natsuki could be seen in the study. And she muttered as though, to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed into the shape of a person.
We can't afford optimism.
このままぼんやりと過ごし、明日をしのげるとは思えぬ。
I doubt that we will be able to make it through tomorrow by sitting around here.
Yeah, probably not.
お父様が不機嫌で出てこないというだけではごまかしきれませんか?
So you do think that saying father is in a bad mood and refuses to come out won't be enough to fool them?
去年の時点で相当の不信を持たれていたようだ。
It seems they were already quite suspicious last year.
それにより膨れ上がった毒素は今やとぐろを巻くかのようにこの書斎を取り囲み締め上げている。
Because of that, the toxin has expanded and is coiling itself around the study, growing ever tighter.
去年から疑われていただけではないでしょうな。
You leading, Quinn?
I got distracted. Did you actually read Renove's line?
No, I was waiting on Quinn to respond because they posted a fucking waving emoticon, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
I asked if they were leaving.
Yeah. Quite possibly, because it is getting late.
Yeah. Starting to flag myself, honestly.
Yeah. We might
I
wrap.
expect that. Go ahead.
We might wrap up after this conversation's over.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I expect that the suspicion that they have harbored since last year is not the only cause.
そうですね。それだけでは説明がつかないくらいに毒素は濃密に練り上げられています。
Discord fucking froze. Or not froze, but like the stream just stopped.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah. If you look on my stream, you'll see. It's just. Oh, there it goes. It suddenly came back. Okay, we're good. That's right. The toxin has grown too thick to be explained away by that alone.
Yeah, I clicked over to Discord to check it out, and maybe that kind of jiggled it.
Maybe.
おそらく金蔵様の死を去年の時点から疑い、今年の会議にて暴こうという強い意志があったに違いありません。
I have no doubt that after suspecting Lord Kinzo's death last year, they have come with a strong determination to expose it at this year's conference.
去年の時点から騙しきれていなかったということですか?
Even last year, we didn't succeed in fully deceiving them.
残念ながら、そうお考えになる方が今はよろしいかと。
Unfortunately, it might be best to assume that the current situation.
明日も台風はとどまり、迎えの船は明後日になります。
The typhoon will remain here tomorrow, and the boat will not come for them until the day after.
つまり、あと最低でも36時間を持ちこたえねばならないということです。
In short, we must endure for another 36 hours at the very least.
夏日の目には見えぬであろうが、この部屋を閉ざす密室結界は極めて強固なものだった。
Your eyes may not be able to see it, Nazi, but the locked room barrier sealing this room was once very firm.
それが今夜だけでボロボロに擦り切れ、嵐を待つ枯葉のようなありさまだ。
In the span of a single night, it has been worn ragged like wilted leaves, and now only awaits a storm.
いいえ、まさに嵐の真っ只中にありますよ。夏日。
No, the storm is already here. Lady Nazi.
私は密室結界を別のものに変えることを提案いたします。
I propose that we switch from the locked room barrier to something else.
別のものというのはどういう意味ですか?
What do you mean by something
つまり
else?
作戦を変えるという意味ですか?
Do you mean to change our plan?
さようでございます。私とワルギリア様で去年のものに近い結界を再構築します。
That is correct. Lady Virgilia and I will construct a barrier similar to last year's.
つまり去年のように金蔵を極力書斎の外に出し、毒素の影から影へと綱渡りをさせるということだ。
In other words, we'll take Kinzo out of the study and have him tightrope from shadow to shadow where the toxin can't reach, just like last year.
ではあるが、わらわもそれを提案したい。
It will be dangerous, but I would like to propose the same thing.
何ですって? 今さら作戦を変えるというのですか?
What did you say? You want to change the plan this far in?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not working.
Yeah, if it's not working, it's not working.
切り抜けられぬと分かった以上、城を捨てることも考えねばなりません。
When you learn that you cannot withstand a siege, you must consider abandoning the castle.
この書斎はもはや敵兵に囲まれ、城壁さえも破られかけた城に同じ。
Right now, this room is like a castle surrounded by enemy troops with its walls about to crumble.
座せは死を意味するならば、玉砕を求めて最後の出陣をするのも手でしょうな。
If staying put means certain death, then you will still have the ability to ride out for one last stand in an honorable defeat.
降伏できぬ戦いでしょうから。
After all, surrender doesn't seem to be an option in this fight.
No?
お父様の秘密は最後の最後まで絶対に死守します。
それを蹴取られれば言い繕う余地など何もない。
I'll protect Father's secret until the very end. If it's discovered, there will be no chance for us to talk our way out of it.
主人の横領は白日の下にさらされ、後ろ宮家の名誉は失墜します。
My husband's embezzlement will be exposed to the light of day, and the Ushiromiya family's honor will be
断
destroyed.
固としてそれだけは防がねばなりません。
We must remain firm and prevent that no matter what.
落ち着け。分かっておるわ。
Calm down. I understand that.
クラウスの錬金術はじきに大勢を迎える。
Krause's alchemy will soon see great
今
results.
年を乗り切ればなんとかなるのだ。
If we can make it through this year, we'll be able to manage.
だからうろたえるでない。
So don't get flustered.
しかし去年と同じ手では無理だとして取った作戦がこの籠城なのですよ。
But we planned this barricade strategy because using the same trick as last year wouldn't work.
That is true.
一度は無理と切り捨てた作戦を再び選ぶのは愚の骨頂ではありませんか。
Isn't it the height of stupidity to return to a plan you previously abandoned because it was impossible?
一体今さらどういう筋書きを作るというのですか。
Just what kind of story do you suggest we create at this point?
それは私とロノウェイで用意します。
Yeah, but tell me what
Run
it
away and I
is.
will prepare. Yeah. Run away and I will prepare
お
that.
任せを。幻想を生み出すのは魔女たちの役目。
Leave it to us, as creating illusions is what witches do.
夏日様はそのご許可をくださるだけで結構でございます。
All you have to do is give us your permission, Lady Nazi.
お師匠様もロノウェもこういう時は実に頼れるぞ。
Master and Ronoe are very reliable at times like this.
片
Or
翼のわ
these.
しの使用人どもも家具としては優秀だ。
Also, the servants of the one-winged eagle are excellent furniture.
Fair enough.
お師匠様たちが魔法を再構築すればそれを守るために働くだろう。
If Master and Ronoe can reconstruct the magic, they will work to protect it.
今からでも決して遅くはない。
It still isn't too late by any means.
金蔵を書斎から出し、その幻想を歩き回らせよう。
Let's take Kinzo out of the study and have his illusion walk around.
その作戦を長く検討し、それでも有効なものが見出せなかったから、籠城を選んだことを忘れましたか。
Did you forget that we chose our current strategy because we considered those kinds of plans at length and couldn't find anything that would work?
Well, that's changed.
急場にうろたえ、
Yeah.
軽々しく当初の作戦を投げ出すなど愚かしいことです。
She is. I think she's remembering how Kraus acts. And
Yeah.
how he constantly loses money because he does shit like this. But you can't always stick with the original plan. Sometimes you do have to change.
Yeah.
Did you forget that we chose our current strategy because we considered those kinds of plans at length and couldn't find anything that would work? To get flustered in an emergency and carelessly throw away the primary plan is simply foolish.
しかし夏日様、籠城ではもはやしのぎきれぬことは毒素の真っ只中でそれを感じ取っておられた夏日様が一番ご存知のはずです。
But Lady Nazi, you right there amidst the toxin must realize better than anyone else that our barricade cannot endure any longer.
Alright, then you fucking pull a fight club, and Nazi punches the shit out of herself and says it's Kinzo.
Yeah, that would work.
私は籠城の方針は変えずに、なんとか他の作戦を
However,
考
I
えられ
don't
ない
think she
かと
would
提案
ever
し
do
ます。
anything that would, like, make Kinzo look bad. Even though man's fucking dead already and also an awful human being to begin with. I propose that we try and think of another plan without changing our objective of holding the fort.
とにかくこの部屋を密室に保ちさえすれば、誰もお父様の存在を否定はできないのです。
In any event, as long as we can keep this room sealed, no one will be able to deny Father's
開け
existence.
ることのできぬ猫箱の中身を断定することなど何人にもできないのですから。
After all, you can't determine the contents of a cat box that can't be opened, no matter how many people you have with you.
Yeah, like, I mean, you can make a reasonable inference when the cat doesn't make a fucking noise.
Yeah. Like when you shake it around and the cat doesn't yowl at you. Like, come on. You can tell that there's either something in there or there's not.
そうではあるが、人間ど
Well,
も
that
は
is
不
true.
条理だ
However, humans are unreasonable.
密閉した猫箱とて、ケーキの箱に群がるクロアリのように、箱を食い破って中に入ることもあり得る。
It's possible for them to eat into an airtight cat box and go inside like black ants swarming a box of cake.
ベルンカステル教の駒も気になるしな。
And Lady Berncastell's piece also concerns me.
エリカ様が晩餐の話題をさらってくださったのは幸いでした。
It was fortunate that Lady Erika stole the show at tonight's
お
dinner.
かげで今夜の親族会議をお開きにできる雰囲気を生み出してくれたのですから。
By doing that, she created an atmosphere where it was possible for tonight's family conference to come to a
普
close.
段のように即座に親族会議となっていたら、今夜にも結界は破られていたかもしれません。
If you had gone straight back to the family conference afterwards like usual, the barrier might have been broken tonight.
しかしそのせいでより濃密に毒素は練り上げられました。明日まで練り上げられた毒素は密室結界をたやすく犯すでしょう。
But because of that, the toxin has grown even thicker. After thickening all night, the... Alright, I apologize for this joke in advance. But I have to.
Go ahead.
I thicken all night. I'm sorry, I had to. As soon as I read that, it was...
See,
anyway.
I thought what you were
Yeah,
gonna go for was, I am what the witches call thick.
That would also be pretty good. I'm what the witches call thick.
There you go.
Anyway, after thickening all night, the toxin may... God damn it! The toxin may be able to corrode the locked room barrier easily.
籠城を続けるにせよ、やめるにせよ、
Whether we continue holding the fort or give up that
ど
plan,
ちらにせよ、新しい作戦と結界を用意しなくては、明日は乗り越えられません。
we will not be able to make it through tomorrow unless we prepare a new strategy and a new barrier.
密室結界を破るための何かの策があるのかもしれぬな。ベルンカステル教には。
Lady Berncastel may have some plan for breaking the locked room barrier.
あのエリカというコマめ、侮れぬぞ。
We can't take that piece called Erika like...
それを言えば、例の19年前の復讐とかいう謎の男もベルンカステル教の駒かもしれません。
Come to think of it, that man who said something about taking revenge for the events of 19 years ago might also be Lady Berncastel's piece.
18の駒で均衡が取れていた盤面に望まぬ駒が2つも追加された。
This board, which achieved equilibrium with 18 pieces, has had 2 undesired pieces added to it.
Feel like the guy who called might be a piece put there by Lambda Delta.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It seems like her kind of shit to do that. There are too many irregularities this year.
ベルンカステル教は東洋趣味が終わりだったな。日本のチェス
Lady Berncastel is a fan of Eastern things.
ゲーム中に駒を追加することもできるというではないか。
They say that in shogi, Japanese chess, you are allowed to drop pieces onto the board in the middle of a game, do they not?
Yes, it is possible to do that.
Yeah, you add new pieces and take them away all the time, shogi.
可能ですよ。敵の金
Yes, that is possible.
駒置き場より取り出したクイーンを置くことさえ将棋では許された切り札たる一手です。
In shogi, even dropping a queen from the captured pile right in front of the enemy king is a permissible move that can serve as a trump card.
19年前を語る男はどうしているのでしょう。
What is that man who spoke of 19 years ago doing right
こ
now?
の島のどこかにすでに潜んでいるというのでしょうか。
Is he already hiding somewhere on this island?
あのエリカという少女が漂着と称して現れることができたのです。
That would be some fucking hardcore ass revenge for some random bullshit if this dude just like swam through the open ocean during a typhoon to reach the fucking island and just like come up like a SEAL Team 6 popping up out of the water. Like an amphibious assault from one motherfucker who hates his mom.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna write that down for later and see if I can actually turn that into something because that's fucking hilarious.
Fair enough.
この台風にもかかわらず島のどこかに上陸し息を潜めているのかもしれない。
Fuck's sake. Sorry. Anyway, that girl called Erika was able to appear, claiming to have drifted here. That man might have also landed somewhere on this island despite the typhoon, and he might be hiding somewhere.
そして親族たちをもはや騙し切ることは難しく。
It's going to be hard to fully deceive the relatives any longer. Solve the fucking riddle then, jackass. If you have the gold, you don't have to worry about a damn thing for money. Why? Why must there be so many irregularities?
この悪夢と偶然の奇跡をどう説明すればいいというのですか?
Because the Witch of Miracles is here.
Yeah.
How can you explain this miracle of nightmares and coincidences?
Nazi slammed the desk hard, held her head, and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache.
ベルンカステル教は奇跡を司る。あの御人
Lady Bergenstell controls
イレギュ
miracles.
ラーと奇跡は驚くにも値せぬぞ。
There's no point in being surprised at irregularities or miracles when that person is around.
将棋は確かにキングの真正面に敵の駒が突如現れることを認めたゲームです。
It may be true that shogi is a game where an enemy piece can suddenly appear right in front of a king.
ですが、だからこそ、そこに隙間を作らぬ完璧な陣形を作り、キングを守る芸術的な城を。
That is why you build up a perfect formation that doesn't allow for that kind of weakness, artistically constructing a castle to protect your king.
ならばやはり籠城は正しいではありませんか?
No, he said constructing a castle, not holding a castle. There is a difference.
Yeah.
But holding the fort is what we should be doing, isn't it?
こもりきれる籠城ならばいざ知れず。今はそれを期待できる段階。
Oh, Kuadorian.
Yeah. Although the relatives don't know that it actually exists right now. Only Nanjo does. Well, and the servants, but you know.
Yeah.
We had a fort that we could hold then, perhaps, but we cannot hope for such a thing now.
壁を背負わぬキングを詰めるのは難しく、四方を分けたキングを詰めるのはさらに困難だろう。
It is difficult to corner a king without a wall to his back, and even more difficult to corner one with open spaces in all directions.
ネズミで考えよ。
Think of a mouse.
カゴに閉じ込めたネズミを掴むことはできよう。
You can catch a mouse that's shut in a cage.
しかし、野に逃げ出したネズミを掴むことなど、雲を掴むに等しい話よ。
However, catching a mouse in a field is like trying to catch a cloud. Weakness.
夏日様。
Skill issue.
どうか検討
Lady Natsu,
ご許可。
please allow us to explore this option.
金蔵様が書斎をお出になり、気まぐれに屋敷内を闊歩しながら親族の方々の目を逃れる。
Of Lord Kinzo leaving his study and wandering around the mansion on a whim, avoiding the gazes of the relatives.
筋書きを明朝までに考えます。
We will think of a story that makes it appear natural before morning.
危険だわ。それくらいならお父様がこの部屋で機嫌を損ねられていることを演じ続けた方が。
Don't you see the danger? If we're willing to consider such a dangerous option, wouldn't it be better to continue acting as though father is in his room in a bad mood?
明日にも親族の方々はこの書斎の前に詰めかけるでしょう。
Tomorrow, the relatives will again crowd in front of the study.
そこの扉一枚向こう側に詰めかけるのです。
They will crowd right on the other side of that door.
そこで夏日様は金蔵様と怒鳴り合いをしているかのようなふりを一体何時間続けられるというのですか？
How many hours do you think you will be able to stand there keeping up the charade of a yelling match with Lord Kinzo?
不可能です。
It's impossible.
その不可能をなんとか36時間逃げ切らねばならないのです。
And it falls to me to resist that impossibility for 36 hours.
やれと言うならやります。
If you tell me to do it, I will.
私は後宮夏日、
I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi,
後宮家当主の妻です。
the wife of the Ushiromiya family head.
I mean, you're essentially just a family head.
Yeah, you're the one making all the plans, you're the one giving the orders, you're the family head.
それをやれと言うなら、私は何日でもここでお父様と怒鳴り合いをしているところを演じましょう。
If you tell me to do that, I will act out a shouting match with father for as many days as it takes. Shut up, Phoenix.
Even Natsuki understood that there was no way she could manage it. She could no longer see any chance of victory from a plan which involved making the illusion of Kinzo walk around. Banging on the desk several times with tears, intense emotion streaming down her face, Natsuki alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It was enough to make one feel that there was a curse which had made anyone who sat in that chair do the same.
これは奥様が逃げる詰将棋ですな。
This is like a game of mating shogi, where you are on the defensive.
詰将棋ですから相手のキングはない。
In mating shogi, the opponent has no king.
決められた手数を逃げ切る以外に奥様に勝つ手はないのです。
And you have no way of winning other than... Oh, I see why it's called mating shogi now. Checkmate. Yeah, okay, yeah. And you have no way of winning other than avoiding a checkmate for a predetermined number of moves.
あと1日半もあるなんて多すぎます。
And to think that I must escape for a whole day and a half's worth of moves. That's just too many.
考えることをやめるでない。降参するでない。
Do not stop thinking. Do not surrender.
愚痴はわらわが聞こうぞ。だから音を上げるでないぞ。
I'm here to listen to your woes, but do not admit defeat.
そなたの絶対にこの苦難を乗り越えようという絶対の意志が絶対の結果を紡ぎ出す。
Your absolute determination to overcome this trial, no matter what, will produce results with certainty.
それこそが絶対の魔女の力。
That is the power of the Witch of Certainty.
その魔力を失ってはならぬ。必ず乗
You
り越
must
えられ
not
る。
lose that magical power. Believe that you will overcome this no matter what.
きっと妙案は浮かぶ。
I am sure a brilliant plan will come to mind.
だからそれを考えることを投げ出してはならぬ。
You must not give up and stop thinking. However, Berkestel has a 1-0 win record against Lambda Delta, so, you know.
Yeah.
そうですね。分かっています。私が乗り越えねば他の誰にも乗り越えられぬ困難なのです。
You're right, I understand. If I can't overcome this hardship, then no one can.
そうとも。
That is correct.
それを乗り越えてみせようと、そなたは金蔵に託されたのではないか。
Didn't Kinzo entrust you with a job of overcoming all of this?
金蔵はそなたなら託せると認めたのだ。
Kinzo acknowledged that you were worthy of this responsibility.
お父様。お父様。
Time for Natsuki to have a breakdown.
Yeah.
お師匠様とロノウェイが手は考える。もちろんわらわも考える。
Master and Runaway will think of a move. Of course, I will think as well.
主であるそなたの許可なくばそれも許されぬ。
However, we cannot even do that without our master's permission, your
そ
permission.
なたは戦う意志を捨てるな。
So the least you can do is not abandon the will to fight.
諦めるな。
Do not give in.
分かってます。分かってます。でも
I know that, I know.
疲れ切ってしまって。頭痛が取れ
I'm
ない。
so very tired and the headaches are unbearable. Mood.
どうして私はこんなにも冷え切った書斎でたった一人で泣いているの。
Why am I here in this freezing cold study, crying alone?
どうして
I mean, it could be warm.
どうして主人は今
You could just turn on the
い
heat.
てくれないの。
Why? Why isn't my husband here for me now? Mostly because Kraus is a fucking dirtbag.
Yeah, a little bit. Back when dinner ended, Kraus claimed to be dizzy and went to bed early. Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead. With the Nazi right now, it felt as though he had just gone straight to sleep and pushed all of the burden onto her. However, complaining about such a thing would mean that she had failed as a wife. No, fuck that. Wasn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and think of the family first even when her husband was resting? Forgetting even her anger at her husband, and unable to determine whom she should be angry at, Natsu continued to sob.
You angry at Kinzo for fucking dying and leaving a mess for everyone to clean up after.
Yeah. If only Kinzo...
Also be angry at Kraus for being a dickhead.
Yeah, if only Kinzo could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Beato searched for him, but Kinzo had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsuki noticed this so well. Though she took pride in fighting alone and supporting from behind, thinking of those as the responsibilities of a good wife, without anyone to validate that she was what she was doing and say it was needed, she was now so frail that she couldn't even stop her own tears. Just as Beato was thinking words she could use to console Natsuki, Virgilia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Words of consolation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can sometimes do more harm than good. Therefore, Virgilia silently urged Beato that saying nothing was the best course of action for now.
お取り込み中にごめんなさい。
Hi, Gap.
部外者だけど発言いいかしら。
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me speak.
ガープ。今は慎みな。
So, all of the witches and demons have a character that's like more or less them as the vessel so far.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Gaps?
Oh, that's...
Because, you know, Virgilia is Kumasawa, Runaway is Genji, and we don't know Beato and Gap.
Yeah. Gap? Let's see. Gap could be...
I wonder if it's supposed to be Shannon.
That's a good question. It could be an older servant we haven't seen yet. Otherwise, Shannon or, maybe, just maybe, Rosa.
I don't think so. Because, like, the servants, or all the demons are, and Virgilia and all that, you know, they seem to be servants, not any of the family.
Yeah, that's fair. So Shannon would probably...
However, wouldn't it be really fucking funny if it was canon?
I could see that, yeah.
This is like classic trans girl shit. It's like when you transition, you just get really flamboyant.
It's true.
Yeah, please restrain yourself for the time being.
No, let her speak.
この場にいる限り部外者も客人もありません。
No, as long as you're here, there's no distinction between outsiders or guests and the rest of us.
発言を許します。
You may speak.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
さっきロノウェイは言ったわ。
Runaway said it himself a while ago.
これは夏日が逃げる詰め将棋だね。
This is mating shogi with you on the defensive.
詰め将棋はどうして負けるの？
How does one lose in mating shogi?
キングがチェックメイトされるからでしょ？
It's because their king is checkmated, right?
言われるまでもないわ。そして敵にはキングがない。
That goes without saying, and the opponent has no king.
だから夏日は自分のキングを逃がし続けるしかない。
Therefore, all Natsuki can do is have her king run away constantly.
なるほど。その手ですか。
I see, so you're thinking of that move. Has that time already come? Is this how she gets convinced to start murdering people?
何か
What do you
と
mean?
いうのですか？
Are you saying we have some sort of move?
夏日はゴールドスミスの死を隠す一番最初に提案してるわ。
It's the first thing you suggested to conceal Goldsmith's death.
それを使う時が来たということよ。
I'm saying that the time has come for us to use it.
失踪ですか？
You mean have him go missing?
その一手を親族会議の今指すというのですか？
You mean to make that move right now during the family conference?
危険すぎます。
That's too dangerous.
I notice her mouth isn't moving this time.
Yeah, and Virgilia isn't even on screen, despite speaking.
Oh, yeah, that's Virgilia, not Nazi. Speaking, yeah. After successfully resolving all of their problems, they would have to lay Kinzo to rest. And the way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing.
さっきリーチェも言ったわ。野に逃れたネズミを捕まえることはできない。
You said it yourself a second ago, Richu. You can't catch a mouse that's escaped to a field.
そして森に消えたゴールドスミス
And you can't catch a goldsmith who's disappeared into the forest.
Fair enough.
それで言い逃れられると？
Do you honestly think we could talk our way out of this using that?
この最も疑われた今にその一手を指すなどまさに自殺にも等しい一手です。
Using such a move now when the suspicion is against us is greatest would be no better than committing suicide.
疑われるでしょう。まさに疑惑と呼ばれるに等しい一手でしょう。
They will suspect, yes, it is a move fully deserving of being called suspicious.
しかし、この書斎に彼らが踏み込もうともぬけの殻。
However, even if they set foot in this study, such suspicions will be unprovable.
金蔵様を捕らえることは永遠に不可能で。
It will be impossible for them to capture Lord Kinzo forever after.
その死は、これほどまでに疑わしいにもかかわらず、立証す
And no
る。
matter how much they suspect him to be dead, they will be unable to prove it.
36時間どころか永遠に金蔵の秘密を守ることができるんじゃない？
Forget about 36 hours, you could protect Kinzo's secret forever in this run, couldn't you?
もちろんそれにふさわしいリスクを背負うことになるけれど。
Of course, it'll mean taking on that much risk as well.
その一手を指せば確かにこの場を乗り切ることはできようが。
If you make this move, you may be able to overcome this particular challenge.
失う名誉も計り知れぬぞ。
But I cannot even guess at how much prestige you might lose for it.
それでも
Even so,
確実にこの場を乗り切れる一手よ。
This move can definitely get you through this.
疑惑を大きく背負うわ。
Of course, you'll be treated with even greater suspicion.
でも死なない。
But it won't be fatal.
確かにそれはそうですが。
Yes, that may be true, but
関東大震災で後宮家は本当だったら滅んでいるはずだったのよ。
the Ushirimiya family should have collapsed after the Great Kanto earthquake.
それを狂気の天才ゴールドスミスが再建して、
But the mad genius goldsmith revived it.
あなたが守りたくなるくらいに立派に再建してみせたわ。
And he rebuilt it into something so magnificent that you want to protect it.
なら今度はそれをあなたたち新しき当主夫妻がやってみせるべきなのよ。
So this time it is up to you and your husband, the new head and his wife, to do the same. I wonder if that specifies a gender in Japanese, or if it just says spouse, the new head and the spouse. Is that how you intend to stir her up?
煽りじゃないわ。
I'm not stirring her up. I'm just asking if she's prepared to be the wife of the head.
泥をすすってでも後宮家を守る覚悟があなたにはあるんでしょ？
Are you prepared to protect the Ushirimiya family even if you end up getting dragged through the dirt to do it?
あります。
I am.
今がその時よ。
Then now is the time.
泥をすすって生き延びられるならいくらでも飲み干しなさい。
If you can survive by getting dragged through the dirt, then crawl with all your might.
あなたは苦害を這いずって生き延び、やがて
You'll drag yourself through a world of suffering, and you'll eventually regain your glory.
この序列第33位のガープがそれを約束してあげるわ。
I, Gap the 33rd in rank, promise you this. That's not how the demon rankings work. The 72nd isn't the weakest, and the first isn't the strongest.
きっとそれを望む偶然の神々のお導きでしょうよ。
The fact that I dropped in at a time like this must be guidance from happenstance, or from the god of happenstance.
守ってあげる。
I'll keep that promise, Ushirimiya Natsuhi.
対価は不要よ。
I don't need anything in return.
あんたに仕えてるリーチェからすでにたっぷり前払いされてるわ。
Richi, the one who serves you, has already paid me plenty in advance.
Did she now? Gap seemed quite cavalier, but she was actually possessed by a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who just couldn't leave someone in trouble alone.
前払い？はて、わらわがいつ？
Even in advance. When did I do that?
Shush.
記憶にないぞ。
I can't recall.
あなたがどこにしまったか思い出せないマジ。
Nice.
Just the various magical items that you couldn't remember where you put.
随分とちょろまかせてもらってるもの。
I made off with quite a few of those.
見つからないのはやはりそなたの仕業だったか。
What? So it really was your fault I could never find those. Is it just me, or does Banter look a little washed out right now?
Maybe.
Like her color's a little duller than usual?
That might be true, but I
Maybe
can't...
it's just like compared to Gap, because Gap is standing right next to her.
Yeah, but Gap is also like vibrant as fuck, so, you know.
Yeah. Give him back! Get back my Phantom Silver Crystal and Moonstick! Still haven't played around by sticking them together yet.
私から授けられる魔法と作戦はそんなところよ。
This is the sort of magical plan that I can give you. Make it shit disappear.
誰にも見つけられない世界で私は隠すことができる。
I can hide Goldsmith away in a world where no one will be able to find
こ
him.
の魔法が必要になったらいつでも言って。
Let me know the instant you need this magic.
その直前まで夏日は他のもっと無難な作戦を思案すればいい。
Until then, you may think of another safer plan.
確かに選択肢を残すことは心のゆとりを残すこと。
True, having an option open to you leaves you with a little peace of mind.
心にゆとりなくして妙案も生まれぬものです。
Without any peace of mind, you cannot think of a brilliant plan.
夏日様、
Lady Natsuki,
夜は短くありません。
the night is not short.
ガープの手は最後の切り札とし、今は策を練りましょう。
Let's leave Gap's plan as a final trump card and iron out our plan for the time being.
そのご許可をどうか。
Please give us permission.
そして、
I think it would be best if they did both at the same time, right? Like, start with Virgilia's plan to, like, have him be seen around the manor and have some evidence of him passing,
Yeah.
and then just disappear his ass.
You could do that,
So
yeah.
that there's a trail for people to follow. And then, like, it just, like, disappears into the woods and you're just like, fuck.
Yep, I could see that.
Furthermore, please give us the trust, magical power, and certain conviction needed to succeed without fail.
あんたが信じれば私がそれを叶えるわ。あんたが疑う
If you believe, I will make that come
それ
true.
も私
If you
が
doubt,
叶
I
える
will make that come true.
未来。
You must make your own future. That's a great idea for a magical artifact.
Absolutely.
It reflects what you believe. Like if you like believe certainly that you will succeed, you will. If you have any doubt, you lose.
Having Kinzo go missing and doing it right in the middle of this family conference. That was truly a last resort. Hiding this final trump card in her heart, Nazi decided that she would grope around for a different plan until the last second. After all, this long, long night had only just begun. And it was long not only for her. Bernkastel and her pieces had just as much time.
Alright. Alright, that's it. I'm fucking exhausted. Fuck you, Battler. Shut up.
Yeah. Alright, thank you very much for joining us. If you are watching on YouTube, you will see links to my Twitch and Kat's Twitch in the About section. And if you go to Kat's Twitch channel, you will find their links.
Kara, Discord, Twitter. Go for it. I'm done. I'm out.
Alright, good night, everybody.